Do you need to prepare for your IELTS exam in just 1 or 2 days? If so, you probably don't have time to search through endless websites and books for the right information. That's why I've included everything you need into this video to help you prepare for the test as efficiently as possible in just a few hours. We'll start by going over the test structure and then dive into tips and strategies for each of the 4 sections. After each section, you'll have a chance to practice to make sure you're well prepared. The only section without a full practice test is writing, but I'll provide you with the sample tasks so you can practice on your own. If you'd like your speaking and writing evaluated, join our IELTS course and choose the Pro package or book a Zoom lesson with me. I'll review your work and give you feedback. All right, let's get started. What is the structure of the IELTS test? To score well in both the IELTS General and IELTS Academic tests, you need to be familiar with their structure. Both tests consist of 4 sections: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. The listening and speaking tests are the same for both IELTS Academic and IELTS General training, but the reading and writing tests are slightly different. Let's take a quick look at what to expect on both tests. The listening section is the first section of the test. Again, it's the same for both IELTS General and IELTS Academic. It consists of 4 recorded monologues and conversations with 10 questions after each monologue or conversation. It usually takes 30 to 40 minutes. A very important note: you will only listen to the tape once, so you need to be very good at multitasking and answering the questions as you listen. Next comes the reading section, which is slightly different for the IELTS General and IELTS Academic tests. For both tests, this section lasts 60 minutes and consists of 3 parts, each more difficult than the one before. There are 40 questions in total, and the types of questions are the same for both tests. However, the main difference between the 2 tests is the number and length of the passages you have to read, as well as their topics. While the IELTS Academic has more challenging academic passages, the IELTS General training has passages and topics related to everyday life and work. In the writing section, there are 2 essays for IELTS Academic and 1 essay and 1 letter for IELTS General. These are known as Task 1 and Task 2. Task 1 can be a letter or an analysis of a diagram, while Task 2 is a typical essay and is the same for both types of the test. Finally, the IELTS speaking section is divided into 3 parts. In Part 1, you will be asked questions on 2 different topics related to your life. In Part 2, you'll have 1 to 2 minutes to speak on a given topic. Part 3 lasts 4 to 5 minutes and includes more questions related to the main topic of Part 2. You'll have to give longer answers, often up to 1 minute or more, with many details. Great! Now let's move straight to the listening section. I'll share some useful tips, and then we'll go through 2 full practice tests. It's important to realize that your IELTS listening score, just like the score you get for any other section of a language test, depends largely on your level. If you're an intermediate student, your preparation plan will be very different from that of an advanced English learner. You'll need to work on refining your listening skills and expanding your vocabulary. So, the first thing you want to do is determine your listening level. As I said, this is an important step in creating your IELTS listening study plan. To do this, take 2 or 3 listening practice tests from IELTS.org, British Council, or Cambridge Prep books and calculate your average score. There are 40 questions in the IELTS listening section. If you get 35 to 36 or higher, your listening skills are very good. And you should focus on the structure of the test, study the different types of questions, maybe brush up on your spelling, and of course, practice with the IELTS listening tests. If you answer 30 to 31 questions correctly, your band score will be 7, and you'll be considered a good user of the language. This means that you can still work on the IELTS listening, but you should also improve your listening skills at the same time. I'll show you some things you can do later in this video. If you get about 23 to 25 questions right, you're a competent user, which means you should focus on improving your level first and then approach the IELTS test. Of course, it also depends on the score you're aiming for. If your target score is 6.5, you don't need to study as much as someone who wants to get a 9. We'll talk about your next steps in a few seconds. But first, I want to share with you a project that I'm personally very proud of, our new IELTS test guide. When I was planning the content, I was thinking about what to include in this guide, because there is so much free information out there these days, and yet hundreds of students are still not getting the results they want. So I decided that instead of just giving you a lot of theoretical information about the test, I'd create small tasks, exercises, and tests that will really help you improve your skills. And this, by the way, is what you must do for your IELTS preparation. Studying information is important, of course, but you also want to practice and apply all that knowledge. So, I've organized the theoretical information into tables, graphs, and spreadsheets to make it easy for you to understand. That way, you won't have to search all the official websites to find answers to your questions. Then, I created lots of fun and practical activities to help you actually work on the skills we cover. For example, in the spelling block for the listening section, you'll be asked to change the forms of words, study words with similar spellings, fill in the blanks, and more. Finally, to make sure you really remember all the information you learn, I added fun tests at the end of each chapter. So, I'm very proud of the end result, as I think it's one of the most effective prep books out there. And I'm sure that having such a guide will be of great help to those who want to prepare for the test in a short, effective, and fun way. Personally, I wish I had a similar study guide when I was preparing for the test, because it would have made my life so much easier. I'll leave the link to the guide in the description. Feel free to check it out. Now that you've figured out what your level is, it's time for the next 2 steps. Study the structure of the listening section and its question types. The IELTS listening section is the same for the academic and general training tests, so you can use the test from both versions to practice. The section is only 30 minutes long and consists of 4 parts. And as you already know, there are 40 questions in total. Each part is a recording. They are usually given in this order: a conversation, a monologue, another conversation, and another monologue. For example, you might first hear a phone conversation between a job seeker and the Human Resources Department. Then, a tour guide talking about the museum. Then a teacher and 2 students discussing origami as a learning tool. And finally, a lecture on the French writer Victor Hugo. Some important facts to remember about IELTS listening. You listen to each recording only once. Questions always come in order. So you'll hear the answer to the first question at the beginning of the recording, and the answer to the last question at the end of the recording. You can take the test on a computer or on paper. For the IELTS computer test, there is no extra time to type in your answers. If you're taking the IELTS paper-based test, you will have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the answer sheet at the end of the section. Use this time wisely to carefully transfer your answers and check your spelling. Remember, this is the moment to make sure there aren't any spelling mistakes, as they will cost you points, even if your answer is correct. The typical questions you'll find in this section are multiple choice, matching, plan map diagram labeling, form note table flowchart summary or sentence completion, and short answer questions. Study the strategy for each of these questions carefully, as it will help you feel more confident on test day. Again, while knowing the strategy for each question is really important, you should also remember that if your listening skills and vocabulary are not up to par, no amount of strategies and tips will help you. So let's move on to step 3. Improve your listening skills and vocabulary. There are a few simple things you can do to improve your listening skills and expand your vocabulary. First, listen to audiobooks or podcasts non-stop. Don't set aside a specific time for this practice. Just get into the habit of listening to something in English whenever your brain isn't busy. So, when you're stuck in traffic, doing chores, walking the dog, or just working out at the gym, turn on an audiobook or a podcast that you enjoy and just listen. In our video about the speaking part of IELTS, I talked about the importance of exposing yourself to quality English. And the same applies to the listening part. If you don't know where to start, check out Ali Abdaal's Deep Dive podcast or listen to Walter Isaacson's biography of Steve Jobs. Number 2, practice dictation. Dictation practice involves listening to spoken sentences or passages and writing down what you hear. This practice improves listening accuracy, concentration, and understanding of sentence structure and grammar. A great resource for dictation practice is the Daily Dictation website. They offer dictation exercises on a variety of topics and levels, including IELTS listening. For those at a high intermediate level, I suggest practicing with the IELTS listening dictation exercises. For those who have a low intermediate level and below, start with short stories, daily conversations, or TOEIC listening, and gradually build up your listening skills before moving on to IELTS listening. This will also greatly improve your vocabulary and spelling. This brings us to number 4. Improve your spelling. On the IELTS listening section, you'll have many questions where you have to write down answers. And if you make even one spelling mistake, your answer will be considered incorrect. About 50% of the students I see in my one-on-one sessions lose points not because they can't understand the recording or catch the right answer, but because they can't spell it correctly. One of the most common problems is the spelling of names and surnames. The Daily Dictation website has a special section dedicated to spelling, so feel free to check it out. Also, I always recommend using the Fast Fingers website. It's a cool website that will help you improve your typing skills, which will definitely come in handy if you're taking a computer-based test. But it also allows you to improve your spelling. Start with the top 200 words and spend about 5 minutes a day typing. Then move on to the top 1,000 words. Finally, check out the custom typing feature where you can choose any text you like and type it. Tip number 5 is to improve your understanding of academic topics and campus vocabulary. IELTS covers a wide variety of subjects, including science, art, history, social sciences, and campus vocabulary. Unless you attended a high school or a college where all classes were taught in English, you may find most of these subjects quite challenging, especially biology or geography lectures. Identify your problem areas and watch videos on YouTube specifically for these subjects. You can use the Crash Course YouTube channel. I especially like it because it has playlists with multiple videos dedicated to the most common school subjects. Also, the teachers in the video speak fast, so it's another great way to brush up on your listening skills. Watch subtitled videos first to get used to hearing difficult words. Also, write down 5 new words for each video. You can also use the Ology website. It's a very friendly website created by the American Museum of Natural History for kids that gives you lots of fun articles and games for each topic. You can study marine biology, archaeology, physics, and so on, explained to you in a super engaging and simple way. Again, as you read or play the games, write down all the words you don't know and then use those words to summarize the information you've learned. In my one-on-one sessions, I always make Quizlet sets with topic-specific vocabulary for my students and create tests with these words to make sure they are exposed to the new vocabulary as much as possible. You can come up with sample sentences using the new words to help you retain them. Campus vocabulary is necessary for conversations related to college life. You can find many lists on vocabulary.com. If you don't know words like major, prerequisites, counselor, assessment, eligible, you should definitely study campus vocabulary. Track your progress. Be sure to write down all your test scores to see if you're improving or not. Not only will this motivate you to try harder, it will also help you calculate your average score right before you take the test. Also, write down new vocabulary and keep it in one place. This can be a real notebook or notes on your phone. Seeing how many new words you've already learned is extremely rewarding. And keeping them in one place makes reviewing them much more convenient. 7. Identify keywords and think of possible paraphrases and synonyms. You'll always have some time to review the questions before the recording begins. During this time, Focus on identifying keywords that will help you find the right answer as you listen. Pay attention to details, such as times, places, and names. For example, if the question is about what happened in 1989, you will need to listen carefully for that date. Also, be prepared for synonyms, paraphrases, and restatements. The question may ask about the student's grades in school, but in the recording, you'll hear that he or she was an A student or graduated with honors. This information does not have the same keywords, but it provides the answer to our question. 8. Predict answers. For multiple choice questions, you may want to try predicting possible answers. This will help you listen more actively and also allow you to catch the right answer. 9. Maintain calm and focus. While this may seem like a basic tip, I see hundreds of students who panic when they miss an answer. So stay calm and focused throughout the test. If you miss a question, stay calm and concentrate on answering the next questions correctly. If you panic, you'll lose your concentration and score much lower. Confidence and composure are essential for success. So approach the test like a robot, mechanically and calmly. 10. Practice with authentic materials. As I mentioned earlier, it's important to practice with realistic materials that closely resemble the actual test. Use sample tests and recordings from reputable sources to simulate test conditions and build confidence. These include IELTS.org, Cambridge Prep Books, and the British Council website. 11. Analyze listening transcripts. To ace the IELTS listening, you need to understand the structure of conversations and lectures. Take the time to analyze the transcript of each practice test you take. You can use the Daily Dictation website to help you do this. This is especially true for lectures, which are usually more difficult to follow. Pay attention to how the ideas in the lecture are connected. Think of yourself as the professor giving the lecture. How would you organize it? What would come first? What would come second? How would you explain a difficult concept to someone who does not understand? Pay special attention to transitional and signal words by analyzing their function in the text. Today we're going to dive into the IELTS listening section. I'm going to give you important tips and strategies to help you improve your score. Tip 1. Read the questions instead of listening to the instructions. At the beginning of each listening section, you'll hear general test instructions. Don't listen to them. Instead, spend that time reading the questions. This advice seems simple, but you might be surprised at how many students do not follow it. On test day, they feel so stressed and unable to concentrate that they forget to read the questions or fail to understand what they read. Of course, people are different and react differently to stressful situations. However, since the listening section is the first section on test day, it's very easy to feel foggy and unable to think clearly. To avoid this problem, practice at home. When the general test instructions begin, go straight to the first set of questions. This will teach you to avoid being distracted by the speaker's voice. It'll also automate your actions and ensure that on test day, your body knows what to do, even if your mind goes blank. When you hear the speaker say, "Now turn to part 1, start listening." The instructions for part 1 will give you some context for the conversation you're about to hear. Tip 2. When answering completion questions, be sure to stay within the word limit. Read the instructions carefully. If it says one word only, write only one word, not a number. If you write a number or 2 words, even if one of them is correct, you'll still get 0 points for that answer. For example, how many cats are sitting on the fence? The answer 3 is correct. The answer 3 is incorrect because 3 is a number, not a word. The answer 3 cats is incorrect because it consists of 2 words. The answer 3 cats is also incorrect because it consists of a number and a word. If the instructions say one word and or a number, the situation is slightly different. Your answer can be a word, a number, or both, a word and a number. Let's look at the same example. How many cats are sitting on the fence? The answer 3 is correct. It is one word. The answer 3 is also correct. It's one number. The answer 3 cats is incorrect because it consists of 2 words. the answer 3 cats is correct because it is a number and a word. Tip 3. Predict your answers. As you read the questions, don't read them passively. Instead, imagine what the possible answer might be. For example, if it's a completion question, think about what kind of word the answer is. Is it a number? A name? Also think about the form of the word. Is it a noun, a verb, or an adjective? If it's a noun, what kind of noun is it? Is it a singular noun or a plural noun? This will help you identify the word as you listen to the recording. Look at this example of a completion question. The first answer is a number because it says how big the park is. The second answer is a countable noun because it has an indefinite article in front of it. The word is also likely to be some kind of body of water because it's an example of a wetland. And the other 2 examples are lakes and ponds. I can even guess the correct answer. It'll probably be a river or a stream, because what other body of water can you find in a park? Tip 4. Never rely too much on keywords. Always listen carefully to understand the context. For example, in completion questions, there are situations where the information in the recording is in a slightly different order than the information in the question. But don't get me wrong, the questions in the IELTS listening section are always in order. However, the order in which the information is given in a question may be different from the order in which you hear it in the recording. For example, music. Children make blank with natural materials and experiment with rhythm and speed. Looking at this question, you might expect to hear the answer before the speaker mentions natural materials, but this is not necessarily the case. The speaker can mention natural materials first and then mention the missing word. This is a trap that many students fall into. Tip 5. Be aware of traps. In the listening section, test makers often include traps. One of their favorites is to give you an answer that makes you think it is the correct answer, but it's not. For example, let's look at the same completion question. As we already know, question 1 is about the size of the park. The answer will be a number. Let's say the speaker in the recording says that the park is 10 acres. A student who hears this immediately writes down the number 10 and pats themselves on the back for getting it right. And that's when they fall into a trap. The speaker said 10 acres, not 10 hectares, so the answer is incorrect. If the student had continued to listen to the recording, he or she would have heard the speaker say 10 acres. That is 4 hectares. The correct answer is 4 because the question says hectares, not acres. The best way to avoid this trap is to be aware of it and listen carefully, even when you think you have the right answer. If you want to discover other common pitfalls, check out our new IELTS course, which is specially designed to help you prepare for the exam in just 2 weeks. Updated with new content, this course covers everything you need to know about listening, reading, speaking, and writing. Our main focus is on the writing section, often the most challenging part of the test. We'll show you how to write effective reports for writing task 1 and powerful essays for writing task 2. You'll expand your vocabulary, learn essential structures, and take your writing skills from basic to excellent. Our step-by-step explanations are accompanied by bright visuals and colorful graphics to make learning engaging and effective. For more details and to sign up, click on the link in the description. Tip 6. Pay attention to the order. The questions in the IELTS listening section are always in order, but the answer options are not. For example, in multiple choice questions, the answer options are in random order. This means that the speaker may talk about option C first and then option A. So keep this in mind and do not expect to hear the answer options in the order in which they appear in the question. Tip 7. For the map and plan completion questions, spend the preparation time analyzing the picture. The questions always come in order and are usually not paraphrased in the recording, so there is no need to overanalyze them. Instead, spend this time looking closely at a map or plan in front of you. Locate the entrances and facilities nearby. The speaker will most likely talk about them first. Also, note that the alphabetical order of the letters that mark the locations on the map has nothing to do with the order in which you'll hear them in the recording. Tip 8. For the map and plan completion questions, use the compass to help you distinguish between east and west. In the recording, the speaker will probably say something like, "To the east of the old stables," or "to the west of the lake." This can be confusing for those with a poor sense of direction. On test day, many students forget about the compass and try to remember which side is east and which side is west. This only causes them to lose time and miss the answer to the next question. So use the compass whenever you hear the words north, south, east, and west to choose the right answer and save time. Tip 9. For matching questions that come in this form, spend the preparation time analyzing the answer options instead of the questions. The thing is, this type of question gives you a lot of information to read, and many students start by reading the questions first. As a result, they do not have time to go through the answer options. Don't do that. You'll waste your time. Instead, spend your preparation time analyzing the answer options. The questions are always in order in the recording. They're easy to follow because most of the words in them are used in the recording. However, the answer options are heavily paraphrased, so you need to spend time analyzing them and trying to differentiate between them. Tip 10. Make a list of all the question types and the information about them. I mentioned this tip as one of the tips for the reading section. If you haven't watched it yet, you should. I gave many useful tips for high reading scores. Now, as you've seen from the previous tips, each type of question requires a different approach. Knowing how to approach each type can save you time during the test and increase your score. Therefore, you need to list all the question types and then write down all the information you have about each one. What should you include? Start with the name of the question type, followed by an example from a practice test. Then outline the strategy you use for that question type and list common mistakes. Leave some space for the last two categories because you'll want to add more details as you practice. You can create these lists in your notebook or in Google Docs, making sure that each question type has its own page. Well, you can find similar resources online or in prep books. Creating your own will help you remember and use the information better. Now, it's time to put these tips into action.
Test 3. This is the IELTS listening test. You will hear a number of different recordings and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Part 1. Part 1. You will hear a man talking to the coordinator of a photography club. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 4.
The first question is the form completion question. You'll need to complete the form in front of you. As you can see, they give you time to review the questions before listening to the recording. Use this time to quickly scan the task so that you know what to expect in the conversation. Pay attention to how many words and/or numbers you can write and what kind of answers you need to look for. For example, in question 1, you need to write the name of the street. They will probably spell it out letter by letter. Question 2 asks how the speaker heard about the club. Question 3 is about the second reason why the speaker wants to join the club. And question 4 is about the type of membership that costs £30. As always, expect to hear paraphrases and synonyms in the recording. So don't just listen for the words, listen for ideas. Let's begin listening.
Now listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 4.
Hello, Wayside Camera Club, Breeder speaking.
Oh, hello. My name's Dan, and I'd like to join your club.
That's great, Dan. We have an application form. Would you like to complete it over the phone? Then you can ask any questions you might have.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Okay. So, what's your family name?
It's Green. Dan Green.
So, can I take your email address?
Yes, it's Dan 1068@market.com.
Thanks. And what about your home address?
Well, I'm about 10 miles away from your club in Peacetown. I live in a house there.
Okay. So what's the house number and street?
It's 52 Marrowfield Street.
Is that Marrowfield?
That's right.
And that's Peacetown, you said.
Uh-huh.
So how did you hear about our club? Did you look on the internet?
I usually do that, but this time, well, I was talking to a relative the other day and he suggested it.
Oh, is he a member too?
He belongs to another club, but he'd heard good things about yours.
Okay. So what do you hope to get from joining?
Well, one thing that really interests me is the competitions that you have. I enjoy entering those.
Right. Anything else?
Well, I also like to socialize with other photographers.
That's great. So what type of membership would you like?
What are the options?
It's £30 a year for full membership, or £20 a year if you're an associate.
I think I'll go for the full membership then.
That's a good idea, because you can't vote in meetings with an associate membership.
The information in the recording goes in the same order as in the form, which makes answering the questions much easier. The correct answers are 1. Marrowfield. As I predicted, they spelled it. 2. Relative. 3. Socialize. Both versions of the spelling are accepted. 4. Full. As you can see, there are two types of spelling aspects that you should expect to be tested on. One is simply knowing how to spell the word you heard. This is where the Fast Fingers website comes in handy. This exercise will also hone your typing skills. You can also practice on the spelling training website, where you can choose lists or import your own lists of words you'd like to remember how to spell. The second aspect is to be able to write down the name of the street, the city, or the person's last name that is given to you letter by letter. This is what most students struggle with. You can practice on the Daily Dictation website, which has a spelling section. Finally, you can also review groups of words that are often misspelled. Let's move on. Questions 5 to 10. This task is a table completion question. You'll need to complete the table and use no more than 2 words.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 5 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 5 to 10.
If I could just find out a bit more about you.
Okay.
So, you said you wanted to compete. Have you ever won any photography competitions?
Not yet, but I have entered 3 in the past.
Oh, that's interesting. So, why don't you tell me something about those? Let's start with the first one.
Well, the theme was entitled Domestic Life.
I see. So it had to be something related to the home?
Yeah, I chose to take a photo of a family sitting round the dinner table having a meal. And, I didn't win, but I did get some feedback.
Oh, what did the judges say?
That it was too busy as a picture.
Aha. So it was the composition of the picture that they criticised?
That's right. And once they'd told me that, I could see my mistake.
So what was the theme of the second composition?
Well, my university was on the coast, and that area gets a lot of beautiful sunsets. So that was the theme.
Oh, sunsets. That's a great theme.
Yes, the instructions were to capture the clouds as well. It couldn't just be blue sky and a setting sun.
Sure, because they give you all those amazing pinks and purples.
Yeah, and I thought I'd done that well, but the feedback was that I should have waited a bit longer to get the shot.
I see. So the timing wasn't right.
Yes, I took it too soon, basically. And then the third competition I entered was called Animal Magic.
Well, that's a difficult subject.
I know. I had to take hundreds of shots.
I'm sure, because animals move all the time.
That's what we had to show. There had to be some movement in the scene. I got a great shot of a fox in the end, but I took it at night and, well, I suspected that it was a bit dark, which is what I was told.
Well, Dan, you seem to be really keen, and we'd be delighted to have you in our club. I'm sure we can help with all those areas that you've outlined.
Thanks, that's great.
Let's check your work. 5. Domestic life. 6. Clouds. 7. Timing. In the conversation, the woman said that the timing wasn't right, which means it was wrong. 8. Animal magic. 9. Animal movement, or just movement, but not movements. 10. Dark. Again, this task is pretty straightforward. What you want to do here is make sure you don't get distracted by all the extra information you hear. In the beginning, you don't have to write down much because they give you time to understand the conversation. Then, as you get closer to the end, you'll have more answers to give. As you can see, part 1 is usually fairly easy. 2 things to keep in mind are staying focused, even if the conversation seems very basic, and brushing up on your spelling skills. Let's move on to part 2. In this section, you'll have to choose 2 letters to answer each question. There are some similar choices for each question. Make sure you read them carefully and find the differences between them. It's also a good idea to predict the correct answers by using your logic. This will help you to better analyze the answer options.
Part 2. You will hear an expert on picking wild mushrooms called Dan talking on the radio. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 14. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 14.
This evening, we're delighted to welcome Dan Beagle, who's just written a book on looking for and finding food in the wild. He's going to tell us everything we need to know about picking wild mushrooms.
Thank you very much. Well, I need to start by talking about safety. You really need to know what you're doing because some mushrooms are extremely poisonous. Having said that, once you know what to look for, it's really worth doing for the amazing variety of mushrooms available, which you can't get in the shops. But of course, you have to be very careful, and that's why I always say you should never consume mushrooms picked by friends or neighbours. Always remember that some poisonous mushrooms look very similar to edible ones, and it's easy for people to get confused. The other thing to avoid is mushrooms growing beside busy roads, for obvious reasons. But nothing beats the taste of freshly picked mushrooms. Don't forget that the ones in the shops are often several days old and past their best. There are certain ideas about wild mushrooms that it's important to be aware of. Don't listen to people who tell you that it's only okay to eat mushrooms that are pale or dull. This is completely untrue. Some edible mushrooms are bright red, for example. Personally, I prefer mushrooms cooked, but it won't do you any harm to eat them uncooked in salads. It's not necessary to peel them. Another thing you should remember is that you can't tell if a mushroom is safe to eat by its smell. Some of the most deadly mushrooms have no smell and taste quite nice, apparently. Finally, just because deer or squirrels eat a particular mushroom doesn't mean that you can.
Let's check your answers. 11 to 12, B, C. 13 to 14, B, D. The first part of the recording addresses the first question, while the second part covers the second question. Now, the options given are presented randomly to make it more difficult to find the right ones. For example, in question 2, the speaker first mentions option D and then option B. Again, be prepared for paraphrases and synonyms in the recording, so listen for ideas, not just keywords. Questions 15 to 20. A notorious multiple choice question. Be sure to read the questions first, and then, if you have time, analyze the answer options. In each question, analyze keywords that will help you locate the right part of the recording.
Now listen and answer questions 15 to 20.
Of course, mushroom picking is associated with the countryside, but if you haven't got a car, your local park can be a great place to start. There are usually a range of habitats where mushrooms grow, such as playing fields and wooded areas. But you need to be there first thing in the morning, as there's likely to be a lot of competition. Not just from people, but wildlife too. The deer often get the best mushrooms in my local park. If you're a complete beginner, I wouldn't recommend going alone or relying on photos in a book, even the one I've written. There are some really good phone apps for identifying mushrooms, but you can't always rely on getting a good signal in the middle of a wood. If possible, you should go with a group led by an expert. You'll stay safe and learn a lot that way. Conservation is a really important consideration, and you must follow a few basic rules. You should never pick all the mushrooms in one area. Collect only enough for your own needs. Be very careful that you don't trample on young mushrooms or other plants. And make sure you don't pick any mushrooms that are endangered and protected by law. There's been a decline in some varieties of wild mushrooms in this part of the country. Restaurants are becoming more interested in locally sourced food like wild mushrooms, but the biggest problem is that so many new houses have been built in this area in the last 10 years. And more water is being taken from rivers and reservoirs because of this, and mushroom habitats have been destroyed. Anyway, a word of advice on storing mushrooms. Collect them in a brown paper bag, and as soon as you get home, put them in the fridge. They'll be fine for a couple of days, but it's best to cook them as soon as possible. After washing them really carefully first, of course. So, everybody knows what a mushroom tastes like, right? Well, you'll be surprised by the huge variety of wild mushrooms there are. Be adventurous. They're great in so many dishes. Stir-fries, risottos, pasta. But just be aware that some people can react badly to certain varieties, so it's a good idea not to eat huge quantities to begin with. Okay, so now I'm going to show you a few examples of
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2.
(15) C. The keyword in this sentence is park. 16. B. The keyword is beginners. Also be careful, as the IELTS creators like to set traps. For example, for this question, the speaker first said that using a mushroom app might be a good idea, but then he started talking about its disadvantages. So, don't be tempted to choose the first option you hear. 17. B. The keyword is conservation. 18. C. The keyword is decline. 19. A. 20. A. This section is a bit harder than the previous one, as the question types and the topics of the recording are more complex. Let's move on to Part 3. It starts with 2 more questions that you need to choose answers for. Let's listen to the recording.
Part 3. You will hear 2 business students discussing automation and the future of work. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
That seminar yesterday on automation and the future of work was really good, wasn't it? Looking at the first industrial revolution in Britain in the 19th century and seeing how people reacted to massive change was a real eye-opener.
Yes. It was interesting to hear how people felt about automation then and what challenges they faced. I didn't know that first started with workers in the textile industry.
With those protesting workers called the Luddites, destroying their knitting machines because they were so worried about losing their jobs.
Yes, and ultimately they didn't achieve anything. And anyway, industrialization created more jobs than it destroyed.
Yes, that's true. But it probably didn't seem a positive thing at the time. I can see why the Luddites felt so threatened.
I know. I'm sure I would have felt the same. The discussion about the future of work was really optimistic for a change. I like the idea that work won't involve doing boring, repetitive tasks, as robots will do all that. Normally, you only hear negative stuff about the future.
Bit too optimistic, don't you think? For example, I can't see how people are about to have more leisure time when all the evidence shows people are spending longer than ever at work.
No, that's true. And what about lower unemployment? I'm not so sure about that.
Perhaps in the long term, but not in the foreseeable future.
And I expect most people will be expected to work until they're much older, as everyone's living much longer.
That's already happening.
(21, 22) A, E. 23, 24 B, D. The keywords to listen for are Luddites and the future of work. As soon as you hear them, you know what question you should be answering. If you didn't have time to analyze all the answer options in the time given, you can always look through them after the talk and choose the correct options. The important part is to understand the conversation well. Now, questions 25 to 30 want us to match students' comments with the different jobs they talk about. Quickly go through the comments and try to get the main idea of each one. It's important to do this in advance, because otherwise it will be quite challenging to do the matching while you're listening to the recording.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, You have some time to look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
I enjoyed all that stuff on how technology has changed some jobs and how they're likely to change in the near future.
Yeah, incredible. Like accountants. You might think all the technological innovations would have put them out of a job, but in fact there are more of them than ever. They're still really in demand and have become far more efficient.
Right, that was amazing. 20 times more accountants in this country compared to the 19th century.
I know. I'd never have thought the demand for hairdressing would have gone up so much in the last 100 years. One hairdresser for every 287 people now, compared to one for over 1,500.
Yeah, because people's earning power has gone up so they can afford to spend more on personal services like that.
But technology hasn't changed the actual job that much.
No, they've got hairdryers, etc., but it's one job where you don't depend on a computer. The kind of work that administrative staff do has changed enormously, thanks to technology. Even 20 years ago, there were secretaries doing dictation and typing.
Yes, really boring compared to these days, when they're given much more responsibility and higher status.
A lot of graduates go in for this kind of work now. I'd expected there to be a much bigger change in the number of agricultural workers in the 19th century, but the 1871 census showed that roughly 25% of the population worked on the land.
Yeah, I'd have assumed it would be more than 50%. Now it's less than 0.2%.
What about care workers?
They barely existed in the 19th century, as people's lifespan was so much shorter. But now, of course, this sector will see huge growth.
Yeah, and it's hard enough to meet current demand. The future looks quite bleak for bank clerks. They've been in decline since ATMs were introduced in the 80s.
And technology will certainly make most of the jobs they do now redundant, I think.
I agree. Although the situation may change, it's very hard to predict what will happen.
That is the end of Part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 3.
The right answers are 25, G, 26, E, 27, B, 28, C, 29, F, 30, A. Finally, the last and the most difficult section. When I say difficult, I mean that the topic of the recording will usually be academic and contain many advanced words. However, what I noticed is that while the lexis of the fourth part is more difficult, the task itself is usually a bit simpler than the task in part 3, for example. If you noticed the same thing, let me know in the comments below. The question type that we have here is note completion. You have to write one word only for each answer. Let's give it a try.
Part 4. You will hear part of a lecture for astronomy students about the need for a system to manage satellites and other objects orbiting the Earth. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
In today's astronomy lecture, I'm going to talk about the need for a system to manage the movement of satellites and other objects in orbit around the Earth. In other words, a space traffic management system. We already have effective air traffic control systems that are used internationally to ensure that planes navigate our skies safely. Well, space traffic management is a similar concept, but focusing on the control of satellites. The aim of such a system would be to prevent the danger of collisions in space between the objects in orbit around the Earth. In order to do this, we'd need to have a set of legal measures, and we'd also have to develop the technical systems to enable us to prevent such accidents. But unfortunately, at present, we don't actually have a space traffic management system that works. So, why not? What are the problems in developing such a system? Well, for one thing, satellites are relatively cheap these days compared with how they were in the past, meaning that more people can afford to put them into space. So there's a lot more of them out there, and people aren't just launching single satellites, but whole constellations consisting of thousands of them designed to work together. So space is getting more crowded every day. But in spite of this, one thing you may be surprised to learn is that you can launch a satellite into space, and once it's out there, it doesn't have to send back any information to Earth to allow its identification. So while we have international systems for ensuring we know where the planes in our skies are, and to prevent them from colliding with one another, when it comes to the safety of satellites, at present we don't have anything like enough proper ways of tracking them. And it isn't just entire satellites that we need to consider. A greater threat is the huge amount of space debris in orbit around the Earth, broken bits of satellite and junk from space stations and so on. And some of these are so small that they can be very hard to identify, but they can still be very dangerous. In addition, some operators may be unwilling to share information about the satellites they've launched. For example, a satellite may be designed for military purposes, or it may have been launched for commercial reasons, and the operators don't want competitors to have information about it. And even if the operators are willing to provide it, the information isn't easy to collect. Details are needed about the object itself, as well as about its location at a particular time. And remember that a satellite isn't very big, and it's likely to be moving at thousands of kilometers an hour. We don't have any sensors that can constantly follow something moving so fast. So all that the scientists can do is to put forward a prediction concerning where the satellite is heading next. So those are some of the problems that we're facing. Let's consider now some of the solutions that have been suggested. One key issue is the way in which information is dealt with. We need more information, but it also needs to be accessible at a global level. So we need to establish shared standards that we can all agree on for the way in which this information is presented. We already do this in other areas of science, so although this is a challenge, it's not an impossible task. Then as all this information's collected, it needs to be put together so it can be used. And that will involve creating a single database on which it can be entered. As we continue to push forward new developments, congestion of the space environment is only going to increase. To cope with this, we need to develop a system like the one I've described to coordinate the work of the numerous spacecraft operators.
But it's also essential that this system is one that establishes trust in the people that use it, both nationally and at a global level. One interesting development that I'll mention.
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4.
"31. Technical. 32. Cheap. 33. Thousands. 34. Identification. 35. Tracking. 36. Military. 37. Location. 38. Prediction. 39. Database. 40. Trust. To follow the information, pay close attention to keywords. At the beginning of the lecture, such keywords are air traffic control, planes, traffic management system, AIM, and legal. They guide us to the first answer, technical. Also, expect some words from the notes to be different in the recording. For example, ways, measures, systems. So, if you follow the lecture carefully, pay attention to keywords, and understand the flow of ideas, you'll be able to complete this section without any problems. For this section, it's helpful to know some topic-specific vocabulary, like the words you'd often see when discussing topics such as astronomy, geology, physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. You can do this on the Ology website. If you don't want to read through all the text that Ology has, you can use the Quizlet sets we created in our course for each of these topics. You also want to make sure you spell all the words correctly. So again, use the Fast Fingers website to study the words that you often misspell when doing practice tests. Nice work! If you only have 1 day to prepare, you can skip the second practice test and go straight to the reading section tips. But if you have 2 or 3 days, I recommend completing another practice test to build your confidence. Today we're going to do the entire IELTS listening section together. Here's how it works. After each section, we'll pause to review your answers and break down the most common traps that IELTS examiners set for you. I find this method very effective because going through your answers while the recording is still fresh in your mind helps you spot mistakes and learn from them immediately. It's a strategy I use regularly with my students, and it works wonders. By the way, if your IELTS test is coming up and you're still aiming to hit your target score in listening, join our comprehensive IELTS course. We'll help you achieve the score you need and provide detailed feedback on your speaking and writing to ensure you're fully prepared for the test. Now, without further ado, let's get started. Part 1.
You will hear a teaching assistant calling a country park about a school visit. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 6.
Two of our classes.
OK. What would you like to know?
Well, I'm new to this area, so perhaps you could tell me something about the park first, please.
Of course. Altogether, the park covers 170 acres. That's 69 hectares. There are 3 main types of habitat: wetland, grassland and woodland. The woods are well established and varied, with an oak plantation and other areas of mixed species.
Right.
The wetland is quite varied too. The original farmland was dug up around 40 years ago to extract gravel. Once this work was completed, the gravel pits filled with water, forming the 2 large lakes. There are also several smaller ones, ponds, and a stream that flows through the park.
OK, so I suppose with these different habitats, there's quite a variety of wildlife.
There certainly is. A lot of different species of birds and insects, and also animals like deer and rabbits.
And I understand you organise educational visits for school parties.
That's right. We can organise a wide range of activities and adapt them to suit all ages.
Can you give me some examples of the activities?
Well, one focus is on science, where we help children to discover and study plants, trees and insects. They also collect and analyse data about the things they see. Another focus is on geography. The park is a great environment to learn and practice reading a map and using a compass to navigate around the park.
Do you do anything connected with history?
Yes, we do. For instance, the children can explore how the use of the land has changed over time. Then there's leisure and tourism.
That focuses on your visitors, I would imagine.
Yes, mostly. The children find out about them, their requirements, the problems they may cause, and how we manage these. And another subject we cover is music. Here the children experiment with natural materials to create sounds and explore rhythm and tempo.
That must be fun.
Most children really enjoy it.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
And, of course, all the activities are educational too. Learning outside the classroom encourages children to be creative and to explore and discover for themselves.
I would imagine they get a sense of freedom that might not be a normal part of their lives.
That's right. And very often, the children discover that they can do things they didn't know they could do, and they develop new skills. This gives them greater self-confidence.
It sounds great. So, what about the practical side of it? How much does it cost for a full-day visit? We would expect to bring between 30 and 40 children.
If there are over 30, it costs £4.95 for each child who attends on the day. We invoice you afterwards, so you don't pay for children who can't come because of sickness, for example. There's no charge for leaders and other adults, as many as you want to bring.
That sounds very fair. Well, thanks for all the information. I'll need to discuss it with my colleagues, and I hope to get back to you soon to make a booking.
We'll look forward to hearing from you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you.
That is the end of Part 1. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 1.
Let's check your answers. 69. Stream, data, map, visitors, sounds, freedom, skills. 4.95. Leaders. One common mistake students make in this part is in question 1. They write 170 instead of 69. This happens for two main reasons. First, they don't analyze the question properly before the recording starts. Second, they jot down the first thing they hear without listening further. IELTS creators often include what sounds like the correct answer early on to mislead you. They set many traps like this in the listening section. The good news is their tricks are fairly predictable, so if you know what to watch out for, you're much less likely to fall for them on test day. We cover all these traps in detail in our IELTS course, and we'll most certainly talk about some of them today. Looking at question 1 again, the speaker says, the park covers 170 acres. That's 69 hectares. So the correct answer is 69 because the question specifically asks for the size of the park in hectares, not acres. Part 2.
You will hear the chairman of Stanthorpe Twinning Association, which organises the link between Stanthorpe in England and a town in France, talking to members about the year's events. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
It's great to see so many members of the Twinning Association here tonight. Since the twinning link between our two towns, Stanthorpe here in England and Malat in France, was established, the relationship between the towns has gone from strength to strength. Last month, 25 members of the association from Stanthorpe spent a weekend in Malat. Our hosts had arranged a great programme. We learned how cheese is produced in the region and had the chance to taste the products. The theme park trip had to be cancelled, but we all had a great time on the final boat trip down the river. That was the real highlight. This is a special year for the association because it's 25 years since we were founded. In Malat, they're planning to mark this by building a footbridge in the municipal park. We've been discussing what to do here, and we've decided to plant a poplar tree in the museum gardens. We considered buying a garden seat to put there, but the authorities weren't happy with that idea. In terms of fundraising to support our activities, we've done very well. Our pancake evening was well attended and made record profits. And everyone enjoyed the demonstration of French cookery, which was nearly as successful. Numbers for our film show were limited because of the venue, so we're looking for somewhere bigger next year. We're looking forward to welcoming our French visitors here next week, and I know that many of you here will be hosting individuals or families. The coach from France will arrive at 5 p.m. on Friday. Don't try to do too much that first evening, as they'll be tired, so have dinner in the house or garden rather than eating out. The weather looks as if it'll be okay, so you might like to plan a barbecue. Then the next morning's market day in town, and that's always a good place to stroll round. On Saturday evening, we'll all meet up at the football club, where once again we'll have Toby Sharp and his band performing English and Scottish country songs. Toby will already be well known to many of you, as last year he organised our special quiz night and presented the prizes.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now, on Sunday, we'll be taking our visitors to Farley House. You may not all be familiar with it, so here's a map to help you. You can see the car park at the bottom of the map. There's an excellent farm shop in the grounds where our visitors can buy local produce. It's in the old stables, which is the first building you come to. They're built round a courtyard, and the shop's in the far corner on the left. There's also a small cafe on the right as you go in. I know that one or two of our visitors may not be all that mobile. The main entrance to the house has a lot of steps, so you might want to use the disabled entry. This is on the far side of the house from the car park. Children will probably be most interested in the adventure playground. That's at the northern end of the larger lake, in a bend on the path that leads to the lake. There's lots for children to do there. There are a number of lovely gardens near the house. The kitchen gardens are rectangular and surrounded by a wall. They're to the northeast of the house, quite near the smaller lake. They're still in use and have a great collection of fruit and vegetables. The Temple of the Four Winds is a bit more of a walk, but it's worth it. Take the path from the car park and go past the western sides of the stables and the house. Then, when the path forks, take the right-hand path. Go up there with the woods on your left, and the temple is right at the end. There are great views over the whole area. OK, so
That is the end of Part 2. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to Part 2.
Time to check your answers. B, A, B, C, A, G, C, B, D, A. Many students make mistakes in questions 12, 15, and 16. In question 12, there is the same trap we discussed earlier. The speaker first mentions something that seems like the correct answer, but it's not. Then the correct answer follows. In this case, the man says, they're planning to mark the anniversary by building a footbridge in the municipal park. However, this will happen in Malat, not Stanthorpe. Many students miss this detail, choose answer C, and miss the correct answer, which comes next. The man continues, we've been discussing what to do here, meaning Stanthorpe, and we've decided to plant a poplar tree in the museum gardens. A poplar tree looks like this, by the way. So the correct answer is A. In question 15, many students hear football club and are tricked into thinking answer B is correct, but it's not. The man says, we'll all meet up at the football club, where once again we'll have Toby Sharp and his band performing English and Scottish country songs. So they'll be listening to a concert, not watching a match. Finally, question 16 involves analyzing a map, which is a labeling question, one of the most challenging types in the listening section. That's why it's important to have a strategy in place to succeed. I recommend taking time to analyze the map before the recording starts. It's especially important to predict where the description of the map will begin. I'll explain why this matters in a moment. Just yesterday, one of my private students took this listening test and chose answer H. Why did he make this mistake? You might think he simply confused left and right, but that's not the case. He chose H because he imagined himself standing to the north of the stables, right next to the house, and looking at the stables from that angle. So for him, the farm shop in the far corner on the left was the spot marked H. This mistake happened because he didn't properly analyze the map before the recording started and didn't figure out from which angle to view the stables. As you can see, a small mistake like this can cost you the entire point, which is why it's crucial to know how to approach this type of question correctly. Before we move on to part 3, we regularly post lots of interesting and useful IELTS-related content, so don't forget to subscribe to our channel and click the bell icon to be notified when the next video comes out. Part 3.
You will hear 2 food science students called Marie and Colin discussing their final year projects. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 24. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 24.
I haven't seen you for a bit, Marie.
No, I've been busy with my project.
You're making a vegan alternative to eggs, aren't you? Something that doesn't use animal products.
Yes, I'm using chickpeas. I had two main aims when I first started looking for an alternative to eggs, but actually I found chickpeas have got more advantages.
Right.
But how about your project on reusing waste food? You were looking at bread, weren't you?
Yes, it's been hard work, but I've enjoyed it. The basic process was quite straightforward, breaking the stale bread down to a paste, then reforming it.
But you were using 3D printing, weren't you, to make the paste into biscuits?
Yeah, I'd used that before, but in this project I had time to play around with different patterns for the biscuits and finding how I could add fruit and vegetables to make them a more appetizing colour, and I was really pleased with what I managed to produce.
It must have been a great feeling to make something appetizing out of bits of old bread that would have been thrown away otherwise.
It was. And I'm hoping that some of the restaurants in town will be interested in the biscuits. I'm going to send them some samples.
I came across something on the internet yesterday that might interest you. It was a company that's developed touch-sensitive sensors for food labels. It's a special sort of label on the food package. When the label's smooth, the food is fresh. And then when you can feel bumps on the label, that means the food's gone bad. It started off as a project to help visually impaired people know whether food was fit to eat or not.
Interesting. So, just solid food?
No, things like milk and juice as well. But actually, I thought it might be really good for drug storage in hospitals and pharmacies.
Right. And coming back to food, maybe it'd be possible to use it for other things besides freshness, like how many kilograms a joint of meat is, for example.
Yes, there's all sorts of possibilities.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 25 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 25 to 30.
I was reading an article about food trends predicting how eating habits might change in the next few years.
Oh, things like more focus on local products. That seems so obvious, but the shops are still full of imported foods.
Yes, they need to be more proactive to address that.
And somehow motivate consumers to change, yes.
One thing everyone's aware of is the need for a reduction in unnecessary packaging. But just about everything you buy in supermarkets is still covered in plastic. The government needs to do something about it.
Absolutely. It's got to change.
Do you think there'll be more interest in gluten and lactose-free food?
For people with allergies or food intolerances? I don't know. Lots of people I know have been buying that type of food for years now.
Yes, even if they haven't been diagnosed with an allergy.
That's right. One thing I've noticed is the number of branded products related to celebrity chefs. People watch them cooking on TV and then buy things like spice mixes or frozen foods with the chef's name on. I bought something like that once, but I won't again.
Yeah, I bought a ready-made spice mix for chicken, which was supposed to be used by a chef I'd seen on television, and it didn't actually taste of anything.
Did the article mention ghost kitchens used to produce takeaway food?
No, what are they?
Well, they might have the name of a restaurant, but actually they're a cooking facility just for delivery meals. The public don't ever go there. But people aren't aware of that. It's all kept very quiet.
So people don't realise the food's not actually from the restaurant?
Right.
Did you know more and more people are using all sorts of different mushrooms now to treat different health concerns? Things like heart problems.
They might be taking a big risk there.
Yes, it's hard to know which varieties are safe to eat. Anyway, maybe now we should...
That is the end of part 3. You now have 30 seconds to check your answers to part 3.
Let's check your answers. B or D? D or B? A or E? E or A? D, G, C, B, F, H. This part is actually not as hard as it might seem. The questions where most people make mistakes are questions 21 and 22, which are technically part of the same task. While most students manage to correctly choose answer D, since they hear the word color in the recording, only a few pick answer B. That's because many don't catch answer B in the recording and end up guessing the second answer. Some choose answer C, for example, because the man mentions basic process. So why do only a few students choose answer B? It's because the woman mentions it, when most people expect to hear the answer from the man. I mean, it's his project after all. The woman says, "It must have been a great feeling to make something appetizing out of bits of old bread that would have been thrown away otherwise." The man simply replies, "It was." This means he found a good way to prevent throwing away old bread, which can be referred to as waste. This example highlights something I always tell my students. Listen carefully to both speakers. You never know who will provide the answer to the question. Part 4.
You will hear an archaeology student giving a presentation on an important site in Ireland called the Cagey Fields. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
For my presentation today, I'm going to talk about the Cagey Fields in the northwest of Ireland, one of the largest Neolithic sites in the world. I recently visited this site and observed the work that is currently being done by a team of archaeologists there. The site was first discovered in the 1930s by a local teacher, Patrick Caulfield. He noticed that when local people were digging in the bog, they were constantly hitting against what seemed to be rows of stones. He realized that these must be walls, and that they must be thousands of years old for them to predate the bog which subsequently grew over them. He wrote to the National Museum in Dublin to ask them to investigate, but no one took him seriously. It wasn't until 40 years later, when Patrick Caulfield's son, Seamus, who had become an archaeologist by then, began to explore further. He inserted iron probes into the bog to map the formation of the stones, a traditional method which local people had always used for finding fuel buried in the bog for thousands of years. Carbon dating later proved that the site was over 5,000 years old and was the largest Neolithic site in Ireland. Thanks to the bog which covers the area, the remains of the settlement at Cagey Fields, which is over 5,000 years old, are extremely well preserved. A bog is 90% water. Its soil so saturated that when the grasses and heathers that grow on its surface die, they don't fully decay but accumulate in layers. Objects remain so well preserved in these conditions because of the acidity of the peat and the deficiency of oxygen. At least 175 days of rain a year are required for this to happen. This part of Ireland gets an average of 225 days. The Neolithic farmers at Keji would have enjoyed several centuries of relative peace and stability. Neolithic farmers generally lived in larger communities than their predecessors, with a number of houses built around a community building. As they lived in permanent settlements, Neolithic farmers were able to build bigger houses. These weren't round, as people often assume, but rectangular, with a small hole in the roof that allowed smoke to escape. This is one of many innovations and indicates that the Neolithic farmers were the first people to cook indoors. Another new technology that Neolithic settlers brought to Ireland was pottery. Fragments of Neolithic pots have been found in Keji and elsewhere in Ireland. The pots were used for many things, as well as for storing food. Pots were filled with a small amount of fat, and when this was set alight, they served as lamps. It's thought that the Keji fields were mainly used as paddocks for animals to graze in. Evidence from the Keji fields suggests that each plot of land was of a suitable size to sustain an extended family. They may have used a system of rotational grazing in order to prevent overgrazing and to allow for plant recovery and regrowth. This must have been a year-round activity, as no structures have been found which would have been used to shelter animals in the winter. However, archaeologists believe that this way of life at Keji ceased abruptly. Why was this? Well, several factors may have contributed to the changing circumstances. The soil would have become less productive and led to the abandonment of farming. The crop rotation system was partly responsible for this, as it would have been very intensive and was not sustainable. But there were also climatic pressures too. The farmers at Keji would have enjoyed a relatively dry period, but this began to change, and the conditions became wetter as there was a lot more rain. It was these conditions that encouraged the bog to form over the area, which survives today. So now I'd like to show you some...
That is the end of Part 4. You now have 1 minute to check your answers to Part 4.
Time to check your answers. Walls, sun, fuel, oxygen, rectangular, lamps, family, winter, soil, rain. The hardest questions for most students in this part are questions 31 and 37. The main reason is that not everyone uses grammar to predict the correct answers, but you should. How can you do that? By paying attention to the forms of the verbs, articles, and other grammar elements. For example, in question 31, the missing word is likely a plural noun. You can figure this out by looking at the form of the verb to be in the question. Since were is the plural form, the noun should also be plural. Once you start listening for plural noun, you'll hear 4 of them in the section that discusses the first question: people, rows of stones, walls, and thousands of years. Since stones can be any of the others except walls, the correct answer is clearly walls. In question 37, your knowledge of synonyms is tested. In the recording, the speaker says, each plot of land was of a suitable size to sustain an extended family. To sustain means to support physically or mentally. So when you hear this word, it makes it easier to choose family as the correct answer. To wrap up, acing the IELTS listening section is all about being strategic. Pay attention to the details, watch out for those tricky traps, and use grammar cues to predict the right answers. Small changes in your approach can make a big difference. If you're looking for extra help to boost your score, check out our IELTS course. We've got tips, practice, and feedback to help you succeed while keeping things light. Plus, all our course materials are bright and colorful, making studying way more enjoyable. Now, let's talk about the reading section. What strategies should you use to tackle this part of the exam? In today's lesson, I decided to talk about 10 essential things you should do to ace the IELTS reading section. But first, let's start with some typical problems that don't allow you to get a high score. The first and most important mistake is that very few students actually work on developing their reading skills. No matter how many strategies and techniques you learn, if your reading level is poor, you'll have a hard time getting a high score in this section. The second most common mistake is not studying the question types. I'm not saying that you can't score high on the test without knowing every single question type and a strategy for it. In fact, I've seen students do that. But it's absolutely true that studying the types of questions you'll see on the test and how to approach them correctly will save you a lot of time and nerves and allow you to get a higher score. Finally, many students forget that practice is key. To become familiar with the test and its format, it's important that you take at least a few practice tests before your exam. Of course, it all depends on your level of English. If your level is advanced, you'll need to practice less than a student with an intermediate level of English. However, by doing many full-length reading practice tests, you can 1. Really master the reading strategies and adapt them to your needs. 2. Improve your timing. 3. Become familiar with the format and structure of the test. And 4. Feel less anxious on test day. If your IELTS exam is coming up and you need a guide to help you prepare for it successfully, consider our IELTS course to get the results you want faster and in a less stressful way. In the course, we'll go through the question types in the reading section and answer them together. Discover how to write effective essays and what to say and what not to say in the speaking section to get a high score. If you want to get your speaking and writing assessed, get the Pro package and prepare 2 essays for our consultation. The promo code link is in the description below. So, what should you do to ace the IELTS reading section? The very first thing you need to do is learn the structure of the section. Think about it. Before you do anything important in your life, you want to know what to expect. The same applies for the IELTS prep. In the IELTS reading section, you'll have 60 minutes to complete 40 questions. There are 3 sections on the reading test, so you want to spend no more than 20 minutes on each section. However, as the test progresses, the sections increase in difficulty. So, make sure you spend less time on the first section, a little more on the second, and even more on the third. Second, make sure to take a full-length reading test to estimate your current score. This will help you understand where your preparation begins and what your major challenges are. Third, on the day of the test, don't spend too much time on one question. You can totally do it when you practice, especially if you just started and some question types are still relatively new for you. However, if you find a question particularly difficult on test day, don't dwell on it for too long. Move on to the next question and come back to it later if you have time. Number 4, work on your reading skills. IELTS reading tests skills such as skimming, scanning, and reading for detail. Practicing these skills is a very important aspect of the test, which, as I said, is often forgotten by students. They might spend hours trying to figure out the best tips and tricks to help them get a high score, while they tend to forget that it's their reading skills that are being tested in the first place. Let's quickly review what skimming, scanning, and reading for detail mean. Skimming, which some people call skim reading, is when you quickly look through a text to get a general idea of what it's about. Imagine you're reading a very interesting book and there are only a few chapters left. However, it's after 3 a.m. and you should have been in bed a few hours ago. But you still want to know where the main characters will end up. So you'll quickly flip through the pages, trying to get the main idea. And that's called skimming. We often use skimming to get the main idea out of a long text that you don't want to read. Now, scan reading, or scanning, is quickly searching the text for specific information or keywords. You don't read everything. Instead, you look for keywords, phrases, or numbers that match what you're looking for. Imagine you're trying to find a phone number in a directory. You don't read every name, you just scan until you find the one you want. So scanning is valuable when you need to quickly find specific details in a text, such as names, dates, and so on. Another skill is reading for detail. This is when you carefully read the necessary part of the text to fully understand it. Reading for detail is something you'll need to do for many question types. Let's say we have a true, false, not given question. You'll first look at the first statement given and try to figure out its main idea. Then you'll identify keywords and think of possible paraphrases and synonyms for the rest of the words. As with any skill, I recommend practicing reading techniques as much as possible. For example, you can use the University of Victoria's Continuing Studies website to get great timed reading exercises for both skimming and scanning. Just choose the exercise you want to do and start practicing. Another good practice is to read texts and summarize them. You can use the ACE Reader service for this. Just choose the story you are interested in, read through it quickly, and then check out the comprehension questions. Finally, summarize the story in detail. See how much you can recall. I love this site because it gives you different levels of texts, which means you can start with easier ones and then move on to harder ones. Now that we've talked about mastering reading skills, another important thing to remember is to study question types and their strategies. For example, in a summary completion question, you should start by carefully analyzing the incomplete sentences before reading the text. Analyze the keywords and think of possible paraphrases, and then scan the text to find the answer. Number 6, study synonyms. Sentence completion, true, false, not given, and many other types of questions require you to know synonyms for various words. Knowing synonyms helps you predict the correct answers and improves your understanding of the text. I usually create matching tasks for my students where they have to organize words and their synonyms into groups. You can use vocabulary.com to learn synonyms. It provides great word explanations, along with a list of the most common synonyms. You can also play games on the ABCYA website or the Bamboozle website. Let's do a little test. In the comments below, write down as many synonyms as you can think of for the word important. The more you remember, the better. 7, don't forget to practice. By practicing, you can refine the reading strategies you've learned and even tweak them a bit to maximize your score. For example, there are 2 ways to approach the matching headings question. You can read the headings first and then the text, or you can read the text first and then look at the headings. Personally, I use the first strategy more often, as do most of my students. However, I've had a few people who prefer to read the text first and then look at the headings. There is no right or wrong way to do this. Both strategies are perfectly acceptable, and the important thing is which one works best for you. This is why practice is so important. 8. This is another thing I often ask students to do in one-on-one sessions. When you first start practicing, verbalize all the steps you take to approach each type of question. For example, Now I'm going to read the statement and understand its main idea. The main idea is 10, 10, 10. Now I'm going to analyze the keywords. I think they are 10, 10, 10, and so on. This will not only help you remember the strategy, but it will also allow you to understand what takes the most time and where you tend to stumble. As I just mentioned, knowing what skill each question tests and how to approach it effectively will help you achieve a high score much faster than just taking practice tests. For IELTS reading, you should focus especially on academic vocabulary, which is 570 words long, advanced vocabulary, and subject-specific vocabulary. 9. Expand your vocabulary. You can expand your vocabulary through extensive and intensive reading. Extensive reading is when you read a lot of material quickly, focusing on understanding the main idea rather than every detail. Intensive reading, on the other hand, involves reading deeply and carefully, focusing on understanding every word and detail. To improve your vocabulary, you will definitely want to do more intensive reading. However, you can combine the two for even better results. I remember when I was studying Italian, I'd start by reading a book I was very interested in without translating any words, trying to understand as much as I could. I would read very quickly, concentrating only on the main ideas. Then, I read the same book again, but this time I didn't rush and translated many words I didn't know. You can also use these new words to summarize what you've read. You'd be surprised, but it will expand your vocabulary a lot. Also, you'll remember the new words better because you're learning them in context, not just memorizing lists. Just make sure you choose interesting content. If you're a fan of vocabulary lists, try vocabulary.com or Quizlet. Finally, always give yourself less time than IELTS allows. This will help you develop good time management skills. When you're practicing at home, you're less stressed than when you are in a test center. So make sure you can complete each section faster than necessary. For example, instead of setting the timer for 60 minutes, set it for 45 to 50 minutes. That way, you'll never run out of time on test day and you'll be much less anxious. Well, those were 10 things you should do to ace the IELTS reading section. Thanks for watching. Remember, achieving a high score in IELTS is not an impossible feat. With dedication, perseverance, and strategic preparation, you can achieve your goal. Keep practicing, stay focused, and believe in yourself. For focus instruction, join our course and choose the Pro package to have your writing and speaking assessed. Today we're going to talk about how to crack the IELTS reading section. I'll give you important tips and strategies that you can use to improve your score. So if you've been struggling with the reading section for a while, keep watching this video. Tip 1. When you begin the reading test, skip the text. Go straight to the questions. If you start reading the text first, you'll have to read it twice. First, to get a general idea of what the text is about, and then to answer the questions. This will only waste your time. Now, if you read the questions first and then go to the text, you'll read the text only once because you already know what you're looking for. Tip 2. Study question types. I know you hear this advice a lot, and you may be wondering, why do I need to study question types? I have instructions before every question anyway. Well, that's the point. You don't want to waste your precious time deciphering the instructions and trying to understand what each question wants from you. Instead, you want to be able to recognize the question as soon as you see it. You also need to remember the potential pitfalls that it might have. This will give you more time and allow you to avoid unnecessary mistakes. There are 14 question types in the IELTS reading section: matching headings, matching paragraph information, matching features, matching sentence endings, true, false, or not given, or yes, no, or not given, multiple choice, list of options, choose a title, short answers, sentence completion, summary completion, table completion, flowchart completion, completion diagrams. You need to know how to approach each of them in the most effective way. Tip 3. Learn which answers come in order and which don't. When you take practice tests, you've probably noticed that some question types always have answers in order, others do not. Knowing this information can be a game changer on the day of the test. Let's imagine the following scene. It's test day, and you've just started the reading section. You're really stressed after the listening section, wondering if you got all the questions right. You see the first passage, which you skip, and go straight to the questions. The questions are true, false, or not given. You start reading the first question, then the second, then the third, and that's where you make your first mistake. With true, false, or not given questions, you don't need to read all the questions at once, because they're usually in order. What you need to do is read the first question, then go back to the passage and start reading the first paragraph. As you read, look for the answer to the first question. Once you've found it, read the second question, and then continue reading the text from where you found the answer to the first question, and so on. Now, let's say you saw matching paragraph information questions instead of true, false, or not given questions. In that case, your strategy will be different because the answers to the matching paragraph information questions are not in order. As you can see, it's very important to know whether the answers are in order or not. This will save your time on test day and make the reading section less stressful. Tip 4. Make a list of all question types and the information about them. I usually do this for my students in our sessions, and they all claim that it has a positive effect on their reading scores. What should you include in this list? First, of course, the name of each type of question. Then an example of it, taken from a practice test. Next, information whether or not the answers to that question are in order. Finally, write down the strategy you use for that type of question and the most common mistakes you make. I suggest leaving some space for the last two categories, because you'll add more information to them as you practice. You can make these lists in your notebook or use Google Docs instead. Make sure you have a separate page for each type of question. And yes, you can probably find something similar online or in prep books. But trust me, the best way to remember and actually use this information is to make it yourself. If you want to learn effective reading strategies, common pitfalls, and mistakes to avoid, join our comprehensive IELTS course. This course is designed for students who want to prepare for IELTS in just 2 weeks. So it's definitely intense, but absolutely worth it. In these 2 weeks, you'll learn everything you need to know about the IELTS test. You'll also get all the tips you need to excel in listening, speaking, and especially writing. Throughout the course, you can reach me via live broadcasts, our private Telegram chat, or Zoom, depending on the package you choose. For more details and to sign up, check out the link in the description. Tip 5. Read the text slowly and carefully once you found the right part. When you're scanning the text for details, you need to be fast. But once you find the part of the text that you need, the part that gives you the answer to the question, read it carefully. In my one-on-one tutoring sessions, I see many students lose points simply because they miss some important details in the text. It's a shame because they often manage to find the right part of the text, but end up getting 0 points for the question. What students do wrong is that they rush through the text, happy that they found the right part, and either forget to read an important sentence or miss an important detail in the sentence they did read. Tip 6. Learn to analyze the questions and predict what you're looking for. To do this, pay attention to details. For example, let's take the same true, false, or not given question type. Werner Fischer played with a spaghetti-strung racket that he designed himself. Before you start reading the question, ask yourself, what kind of information will I be looking for in the passage? Am I going to look for whether Fischer plays with a spaghetti-strung racket or not? Probably not. In that case, why include the fact that Fischer designed the racket himself? That extra detail must be there for a reason. You'll most likely need to find some information about whether or not Fischer designed his racket himself. There may also simply be no information in the text about the person who designed it. As you can see, details are everything. Tip 7. Always read the title of the passage. Some students tend to ignore it, but it's very important for understanding the passage. You can even read it before going to the questions. This will give you an idea of what the passage and the questions are about. Tip 8. Distinguish between true, false, or not given, and yes, no, or not given questions. These may seem similar, but they actually have some differences. True, false, or not given questions are factual. They ask whether the statements are true or false, based on the information in the passage. In contrast, yes, no, or not given questions focus on opinion. They ask what the author thinks about the information in the passage. A common mistake my students make with these two types of questions is this. When they get yes, no, or not given questions, they get so caught up in looking for answers that when it comes time to write them down, they write true, false, or not given instead of yes, no, or not given. As a result, the only correct answers they end up with are not given answers. So add this common mistake to the list of questions we've discussed before. It seems so obvious, and yet so deadly to your reading score. Tip 9. When answering completion questions, be sure to stay within the word limit. To do this, read the instructions carefully. If the instructions say, choose one word only, make sure you write one word, not two. You'll lose points if you write more than one word. Note that articles and prepositions count as single words. Hyphenated words, such as long term, also count as single words. What about contractions, like your? Good news, you don't have to worry about them because they'll never appear on the test as answers to completion questions. Tip 10. Don't overthink it. This is another simple but very useful piece of advice. Many students never trust their instincts when it comes to choosing the right answer, and that's their big mistake. They pick the answer and then start to doubt their choice. As a result, they end up choosing another answer, which is often wrong. If you see yourself in these students, make sure to get rid of that habit. Trust yourself. By the time you take the test, you've probably completed many practice tests and developed some intuitive skills. Your brain has learned to recognize patterns and important information. So when you read a question, your first answer is most likely the correct one, instead of second-guessing yourself. Stick with your first instinct, unless you find clear evidence in the text to suggest otherwise. Time to practice. Today, we'll analyze one passage from the IELTS reading section so that you can see for yourself that this section is not as scary as it may seem. We'll analyze the question types, check out the strategies for them, and most importantly, learn how to apply these strategies on real tests. If you're watching this video now and want to learn the templates to score high on IELTS speaking and writing, click on this link. You can choose the Pro package if you want to get your essays and speaking responses evaluated. I personally consider this option the most helpful, as I'll tell you what you specifically are doing wrong and what you should do differently to get a higher score. The thing is, I often see students with a good level of English who could have scored high, but they just do the wrong things and keep scoring low. And very often, there are just a few little things that stand between them and getting the score they really deserve. Now, on the day of the test, you'll have 3 passages with questions after each. Usually, the first text is the easiest, and they progressively get more difficult. For example, look at these passages. I took them from Cambridge Prep Book 18. The first text is about urban farming, which is a difficult topic, but not very difficult. The second one is about forest management in Pennsylvania, a bit more challenging. And finally, the last text is about conquering Earth's space junk problem. Much more challenging, isn't it? So today, let's do this last and most difficult passage. The first thing to do is to read the title and the lead. For those who don't know, the lead is the first 2 to 3 sentences that give you a quick preview of the content and grab your interest. It usually explains the main points or what the article will cover. Satellites, rocket shards, and collision debris are creating major traffic risks in orbit around the planet. Researchers are working to reduce these threats. Simply put, space junk, like old satellites and rocket parts, is making it crowded and dangerous around Earth. Scientists are trying to find ways to reduce this problem. Now, let's go to the questions. Some students prefer to read the text first to get a better understanding of it. Feel free to do this if you're a fast reader. If you aren't, it's better to look at the questions first. We have matching paragraph information, summary completion, and matching features question types. Lots of matching will be on our agenda today. For the record, many students find matching questions the hardest because they test your overall understanding of the information you read. If you are new to all these question types and want to learn a perfect strategy for each one, click on this link to get access to our IELTS prep course. We'll teach you everything you need to know to consistently get high scores on IELTS reading. The first 5 questions. In this section, you should match the information given with the paragraphs. Remember that the answers can be anywhere in the passage. Let's analyze what information we'll be matching. It's important to do this before turning to the text, so that you know what to look for when reading. Now, that's one reason why I don't suggest reading the text first if your level is not very good. Imagine you've just tried reading this text. There will be tons of unfamiliar words and difficult concepts. You'll waste time trying to understand everything. And then, for this particular question, you'll need to read this text once again to find the given information. So, as I said earlier, it's better to start reading, keeping in mind what you're looking for. As I read, I try to predict what kind of paragraph I'll expect to find. 27. A reference to the cooperation that takes place to try and minimize risk. I'll be looking for a paragraph that mentions a cooperation between different parties to minimize risk. 28. An explanation of a person's aims. A paragraph containing this information should mention an individual and why he or she has certain goals. Again, we're not looking for keywords, just the concepts. 29. A description of a major collision that occurred in space. This paragraph should describe a big collision that happened in space. A collision is a crash. Occurred means happened. 30. A comparison between tracking objects in space and the efficiency of a transportation system. This paragraph will compare tracking objects in space to a transportation system. So you'll want to see the transportation system mentioned. 31. A reference to efforts to classify space junk. This sentence shows that the paragraph should mention what people or companies are trying to do to classify space junk. To classify is to arrange in classes or categories. There is also another word for this, taxonomy. It's very popular in IELTS. It means the practice and science of categorization or classification. So watch out for it. To recap, 27. Mention cooperation. 28. Explain a person's goals. 29. Describe a big crash. 30. Compare to a transportation system. 31. Mention attempts to classify space junk. Taxonomy. As you can see, the goal is to simplify each piece of information and predict what you're looking for. Now, let's get back to the text. As you read through it, don't focus on the words you don't know or difficult concepts. Instead, try to extract the main idea. We learned that they sent more than 400 satellites into orbit, 4 times more than in the previous 10 years. A decade is a period of 10 years. And these numbers can increase even further. Nothing relevant for now. Then I see that all that traffic can lead to disaster. 10 years ago, a US commercial satellite smashed into an inactive Russian satellite, and it created thousands of new pieces of space shrapnel. Smashed. They smashed into each other. So there was a crash. Further down the paragraph, I have another important line. Satellite operators can't steer away from every potential crash. This means that this paragraph describes a major collision that occurred in space. So 29 is A. Good. Let's keep reading. The number of objects in orbit is increasing, so researchers are investigating or studying ways to solve this problem. Rise equals increase. Attack the problem equals solve or tackle the problem. Several teams are trying to improve methods for assessing what's in orbit so that satellite operators can work more effectively. Efficiently equals effectively. Some researchers collect a lot of information on where everything is in orbit. Compile equals put together, like put in a pile. Massive data equals a lot of information. Others are developing taxonomies of space debris. So this paragraph is about different ways to classify space junk. So 31 is B. Let's move on. In paragraph C, we learn that our ability to monitor space objects increases, and so does the total number of items in orbit. So companies, governments, and other players in space are collaborating or cooperating to avoid a shared threat. Threat is synonymous to danger. We then see some examples of international groups and what they do, and intergovernmental groups and what they advise. So they are talking about cooperation to solve the problem, which means that 27, a reference to the cooperation that takes place to try and minimize risk, is C. Again, remember that you don't want to focus on words you don't understand. Instead, focus on the words you know and try to extract the main idea. This will save you a lot of time. Moving on, paragraph D is about scientists trying to solve or tackle the problem of space junk. Tackle is a very popular word in IELTS. It means to make efforts to deal with a problem or a task. They try to find out where all the debris is. So for those who don't know, debris is the remains of something that has been destroyed or broken up. So it's trash that is usually scattered around after a disaster. The idea that is repeated in this paragraph is that if you know precisely where space debris is, you'll be able to fly without hitting it. We don't have any of the information given in this paragraph, so let's skip it. Section E begins with the sentence. The field is called space traffic management because it's similar to managing traffic on the roads or in the air. And then they provide an example illustrating this comparison. I don't need to go into detail because it's already clear that 30 is E. This paragraph makes a comparison between tracking objects in space and the efficiency of a transportation system. Watch out for paraphrases. Transportation system, managing traffic on the roads or in the air. Now, F covers an additional problem, which is that there is no authoritative catalog that lists the orbits of all known space debris. We then learn about how this problem is illustrated by Ja through his web-based database. There is a detailed explanation of how the database works. Then we see that he describes himself as a space environmentalist. He says, I want to make space a place that is safe to operate, that is free and useful for generations to come. For the record, generations to come means future generations. I want shows us that it's his goal or aim. So 28 is F. As you can see, when we know how to analyze the statements effectively and what to look for in the text, matching the information to the right paragraph is not that difficult. During my one-on-one sessions, I often see students who struggle with the reading section, and they think they'll never master it. What we usually do is go through a couple of reading passages together, so that I can correct their strategy. And what's interesting is that every single student usually says like, whoa, I didn't know it's that simple. I thought the reading section was much harder. So obviously, your success depends on your vocabulary, but it's also largely about how well you know what to do and how fast you can do it. You should approach this section mechanically, like a robot, and know 100% what to do next. So let's proceed to the second part of the task, questions 32 to 35. You need to complete the summary with only one word. This question type is usually a bit easier, as you can use keywords to help you locate the right answers. Now, I already have a pretty good understanding of at least the first part of the text, which will be of extra help. I start by reading the summary and identify keywords to help me locate the right answers. As I read, I also try to get a general understanding of the summary. I can also use grammar to help me predict the right answers. Let's begin. The committee gives advice on how the blank of space can be achieved. The keyword is committee. All the other words in this sentence might be changed. The word committee is the only one that will most likely remain the same. I see the definite article before the blank, so the answer is a noun. For example, it could be the exploration of space. Let's look at the text. I remember reading about the committee before. Here is the sentence. International groups, such as the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, have developed guidelines on space sustainability. Guidelines equals advice. Space sustainability equals the blank of space. So the right answer is sustainability. Again, always expect to find paraphrases and synonyms. So your strategy is first find keywords to locate the part to read, and then read this part carefully to find the answer, 33 to 34. The committee advises that when satellites are no longer active, any unused blank or pressurized material that could cause blank should be removed. It's still about the committee, so I'll stick to the same part of the text. Answers 33 and 34 are nouns. Let's find this information in the text. Those include inactivating satellites at the end of their useful life by venting pressurized materials or leftover fuel that might lead to explosions. For answer 33, I'm looking for something unused. The answer is fuel. Leftover means remaining, so leftover fuel is the fuel that hasn't been used. 34 is about what leftover fuel or pressurized material could cause. So, the correct answer is explosions. Finally, 35. Holger Krag points out that the operators that become blank are unlikely to prioritize removing their satellites from space. This part is about Holger Krag, so I should check out the parts of the text that mention him. The answer will most likely be an adjective. The keywords in this sentence are operators, satellite constellations, stewards of space, and satellites. As I keep reading the same paragraph, I find information about Holger Krag. I also see many of the keywords. The part I should pay close attention to is this. But Krag worries that problems could increase despite their best intentions. What happens to those that fail or go bankrupt? He asks. They're probably not going to spend money to remove their satellites from space. That's the part I need. The operators that become bankrupt. So bankrupt is our answer. Again, as you can see, the whole process is very mechanical. You use keywords to locate the right part of the text. You then read this part carefully and determine the right answer. You also expect synonyms and paraphrases for the majority of the words. And focus on the main idea of the sentence. Part 2, done. Finally, questions 36 to 40 are another matching task. This time you need to match each statement with the correct person. I'll start by analyzing the statements first. Then I will locate all parts of the text mentioning these people. Then I will do the matching. 36. Knowing the exact location of space junk would help prevent any possible danger. Important information, exact location, help prevent danger. 37. Space should be available to everyone and should be preserved for the future. Important information, space, available to everyone, saved for the future. Preserve equals save. 38. A recommendation regarding satellites is widely ignored. Recommendation or advice, ignored by many people. 39. There is conflicting information about where some satellites are in space. Conflicting information, like arguments, disagreements, the location of satellites in space. 40. There is a risk we won't be able to undo the damage that occurs in space. Chance, or risk, won't undo the damage, happens in space. Occur equals happen equals take place. Now let's go through the text, searching for names and match them with their statements. First is Carolyn Frew. She says, if we go on like this, we'll reach a point of no return. This means that we won't be able to undo the damage. So 40 is A. Then comes Holger Krag. We've already read this piece quite attentively, so we remember that he was worried about operators going bankrupt and not spending money on removing their satellites. To learn more, let's read this part. The intergovernmental groups also advise lowering satellites deep enough into the atmosphere that they will burn up or disintegrate within 25 years. But so far, only about half of all missions have abided by this 25-year goal. Abide by is to follow the rules. So, a recommendation regarding satellites is widely ignored. 38 is B. Next is Marlon Sorge. If you knew precisely where everything was, you would almost never have a problem. 36 is C. Moving on to Mariba Jha. He was comparing space traffic management with managing traffic on the roads or in the air. We read that air traffic controllers know the location of the planes down to 1 meter in accuracy. The same can't be said for space debris. Not all objects in orbit are known, and even those included in databases are not tracked consistently. Also, as we go on, we see that he was describing the results of the database he has developed. It uses several sources, such as catalogs maintained by the US and Russian governments, to visualize where objects in space are. But this doesn't quite work for a number of objects. When he enters the number, the database draws 2 purple lines. So the 2 sources contain 2 completely different orbits for the same object. This information is conflicting. This means that 39, there is conflicting information about where some satellites are in space, is D. We are left with only one statement. 37. Space should be available to everyone and should be preserved for the future. It will also be D. As we read before, Jha wants to make space a place where it's safe to operate, that is free and useful for generations to come. That's one test finished. Just like before, if your exam is tomorrow, you can skip the second test and move on to the writing section. But if you have more time to prepare, take one more practice test to sharpen your skills.
Today, we'll go through an IELTS reading passage together and see how ready you are for the IELTS test. We'll be working on a text, which is taken from the Cambridge Prep Book 18. We'll analyze the question types, review the strategies for them, and most importantly, learn how to apply these strategies on real tests so that you can see for yourself that this section isn't as scary as it may seem. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel to get more tips and tricks about the test, and click the bell icon to be notified when the next video comes out. Let's get started! As always, the first thing we want to do is to read the title and the lead, which will give us an idea of what the text will cover. The passage we'll work with is about urban farming. The lead says that in Paris, urban farmers are trying a soil-free approach to agriculture that uses less space and fewer resources. Could it help cities face the threats to our food supplies? Urban farming consists of 2 words, urban and farming. You all know the word farming. Now, urban is everything in or relating to a town or city. So urban farming is when you use green spaces in a city or a densely populated town to grow food or raise small animals. These are some examples of urban farms. So the lead tells us that in Paris, urban farmers are trying a soil-free approach. The suffix free used at the end of words means without. So soil-free is without soil. They do this to use less space and fewer resources. And based on the question that follows, the passage discusses whether this could help cities face the threats or dangers to food supplies. As you can see, this passage focuses on the topic of agriculture, so expect to see related vocabulary. Words like soil, agriculture, food supplies, produce, nutrients, urban farming, and greenhouses are typical examples of such lexes. You'll also see many names of vegetables and berries, but don't let these unfamiliar words confuse you. Concentrate on the main idea and on answering the questions. Now, let's look at the questions. Some students prefer to read the text first to get a better understanding of it. Feel free to do this if you're a fast reader. If you're not, it's better to look at the questions first. We have 3 question types here: sentence completion, table completion, and true-false and given. Let's begin with questions 1 to 3. I need to complete the sentences with no more than 2 words and/or a number. This means that I can use 2 words and a number, or just a number. For this question type, read the sentences carefully. Identify the keywords that will help you find the right part of the text. Try to get the main idea of each sentence and predict the possible answers. Number 1. Vertical tubes are used to grow strawberries. Blank and herbs. The keywords are vertical tubes, strawberries, herbs. This sentence is about what vertical tubes can help grow. The answer is a plural noun. The answer to this question is most likely at the beginning of the text. So I start scanning it, looking for vertical tubes, strawberries, and herbs mentioned. I find the part I need right in the first paragraph. Strawberries that are small sprout abundantly from large plastic tubes. Peer inside and you see the tubes are completely hollow. The roots of dozens of strawberry plants. Simply put, strawberries, dangling down inside them. From identical vertical tubes nearby burst row upon row of lettuces. Near those are aromatic herbs. The next sentence is about horizontal trays and is no longer relevant. So the tubes are used to grow strawberries, lettuces, and herbs, which means lettuces is the right answer. As you can see, as long as you know what kind of answer you're looking for, plural noun in our case, find the right part to read and focus on the main idea, leaving out all the unimportant details. Answering this question type is a piece of cake. Sentence 2. There will eventually be a daily harvest of as much as blank in weight of fruit and vegetables. The keywords are daily harvest, weight, fruit, vegetables. A harvest is the crops that are cut and collected, such as the potato harvest or the grape harvest. The answer will most likely be a number that tells me how much fruit and vegetables will be collected. I scan the text until I find this part. When the remaining 2/3 of the vast open area are in production, 20 staff will harvest up to 1,000 kilograms of perhaps 35 different varieties of fruit and vegetables every day. That's the only sentence I need. Notice how IELTS creators use paraphrases and synonyms. They replace daily harvest with will harvest every day, and up to is changed to as much as. The correct answer is 1,000 kilograms. It's important to include kilograms because otherwise the sentence we get doesn't make sense. Sentence 3. It may be possible that the farm's produce will account for as much as 10% of the city's blank overall. 10% is definitely the key word. The correct answer is a noun. As I dive further into the text, I can see that there is no reason why you shouldn't eventually target maybe between 5% and 10% of consumption. So consumption is the right answer. As you can see, the questions usually go one by one, so you just keep scanning the text, looking out for the keywords. Then you find the right part, read it carefully, and find the right answer.
Many of you have been asking how you can improve your writing skills. To help you out, our team has created a free guide containing the 50 most common IELTS writing questions, along with sample answers. By studying these examples, you'll be able to expand your vocabulary and learn how to incorporate relevant reasons and supporting details into your own essays. Feel free to check out this helpful resource by clicking the link below.
Congrats! The first part is done. We'll use a similar approach for the second part. Here we have to complete the table with one word only. I immediately see that the table contrasts intensive farming with aeroponic urban farming. So I'll need to find the section of the passage that talks about that. There are 3 columns: growth, selection, and sale. The last one is only relevant for intensive farming. There are not too many questions here, so we can analyze all of them together. For intensive farming, I need to find a wide range of what is used to grow crops, what varieties of fruit and vegetables can survive, and also who receives very little of the overall income. Again, I try to predict the answers before I read the text. 4 is a plural or uncountable noun. 5 is a plural noun. 6 is another plural noun. Time to find out. I can find information about intensive farming right in the next paragraph. Again, questions like this often go one by one, so this doesn't come as a surprise. We read that. First, I don't much like the fact that most of the fruit and vegetables we eat have been treated with something like 17 different pesticides. That's our first answer. 17 different pesticides is another way of saying a wide range of pesticides. So answer 4 is pesticides. As I continue reading, I come across this information because the varieties are selected for their capacity to withstand such substantial journeys. Answer 5 is journeys. Again, note the synonyms: selected, chosen, withstand, survive, substantial, long. And just as I finish reading this paragraph, I find the answer to question 6, or that 80% of the price I pay goes to wholesalers and transport companies, not the producers. So producers is the correct answer. As you can once again see, if you know what to look for and are good at synonyms and paraphrases, the IELTS exam is not that hard. This is something I usually do with my students in our IELTS course and in my one-on-one sessions. The only difference is that when we go through the text together, I usually ask them to voice their strategies and make corrections if they're going in the wrong direction. This way, they develop the most effective approach to each question type. The point is that you may study the strategies for all the IELTS reading questions, but that doesn't mean you'll be able to use them effectively on test day. This is why you should always monitor your performance when doing practice tests. You should be able to use strategies effectively and adapt them to different situations. That's why in our IELTS course, we don't just teach you strategies. We help you use them correctly in every situation. Now, let's get to aeroponic urban farming. Here I have only one question to answer. Why is its produce chosen? Again, the answer is a noun. I'll find the necessary information in the next paragraph. Produce grown using the soil-free method, meaning aeroponic urban farming, is produced up here and sold locally, just down there. You can select crop varieties for their flavor. That's the right answer. We had to find out why the produce of this method is chosen or selected, and this is the answer. So number 7 is flavor. You can spell it with or without a U. Well done! Finally, our true, false, and given question type. This, along with the matching headings question, is usually the most difficult for most students. The major problem I see people have in my one-on-one sessions is timing. The majority of test takers may even end up getting the right answers, but they spend so much time doing that they simply can't finish all the questions or stay within the time limit. So, what we want to do here is analyze the statements first. Get the main idea of each one, identify keywords, and think of possible synonyms and paraphrases for the remaining words. Predicting possible synonyms and paraphrases is a perfect exercise because it allows you to greatly expand your advanced vocabulary. You can get yourself a special synonym notebook in which you'll write down lines of synonyms for the words you come across in your reading practice. You can use these words later in your writing practice. For example, ultimately, finally, eventually. Cultivate, grow, produce. Decrease, decline, diminish. I usually create Quizlet sets of these synonyms for my students in the course and in the individual sessions so they can review them every day. Believe me, it's a game changer for every section of the test. Now, let's get to our sentences. 8. Urban farming can take place above or below ground. 9. Some of the equipment used in aeroponic farming can be made by hand. 10. Urban farming relies more on electricity than some other types of farming. 11. Fruit and vegetables grown on an aeroponic urban farm are cheaper than traditionally grown organic produce. 12. Most produce can be grown on an aeroponic urban farm at any time of the year. 13. Beans take longer to grow on an urban farm than other vegetables. Sentence 8 is about where urban farming can take place, above or below ground. My guess is that since this is the last section of the test, it will most likely address the remaining paragraphs. Let's test this theory out. As we begin to read, I see that it's true. We learned that strawberries are being grown in disused shipping containers, mushrooms in underground car parks. Shipping containers are above ground. Underground car parks are below ground. So sentence 8 is true. 9 is about the equipment used in aeroponic farming. The keywords here are equipment and by hand. As I read on, I see that aeroponic farming is virtuous. The equipment weighs little, can be installed on almost any flat surface, and is cheap to buy. Nothing is said about the possibility of making it by hand, so it's not given. Let's move on to sentence 10. It's about whether urban farming relies more on electricity than other types of farming. The keyword is electricity. We read that it's cheap to run too, consuming a tiny fraction of the electricity used by some techniques. The tiny fraction means very little. So urban farming needs much less electricity than other types of farming. So this sentence is false. Sentence 11 is about fruit and vegetables grown on such farms. It claims that they are cheaper than traditionally grown organic produce. We'll need to look for the word organic to find the right answer. The next paragraph is just about that. Produce grown this way typically sells at prices that, while generally higher than those of classic intensive agriculture, are lower than soil-based organic growers. Organic produce, soil-based organic growers. So they're cheaper than organic produce, which means that this sentence is true. 12 is about the fact that most produce can be grown on such farms at any time of the year. Notice the word most. Such words usually indicate that you should be careful not to fall into the trap that IELTS creators have set for you. Again, I expect to find the answer in the following part of the text. I see that there are limits to what farmers can grow this way, of course, and much of the produce is suited to the summer months. Most is a paraphrase of much of. Much of the produce is suited to the summer month, so it can't be grown at any time of the year. So the answer is false. Finally, the last question is about beans. The important thing is that they take longer to grow than other veggies. I scanned the text looking for any mentions of beans. And beans tend to take up a lot of space for not much return. So there is no indication that they take longer to grow than other vegetables, which is why 13 is not given.
Now, let's go over the writing section. Today we're going to discover what the writing section of the IELTS test looks like, what the typical mistakes are, and discuss 7 important things to keep in mind for success in this section. Without further ado, let's get started. Part 1. The structure. The IELTS writing section consists of 2 tasks, Task 1 and Task 2. On the IELTS Academic, Task 1 involves writing a report describing some kind of visual information, such as tables, pie charts, bar charts, line graphs, maps, diagrams, and so on. This task is designed to test your ability to present information clearly and accurately in writing. Task 1 for IELTS general training is slightly different. You have to write a letter based on the prompt you're given. It could be a letter of complaint. For example, you didn't like the service or product you received. A letter of request. You want to make a reservation or ask for advice. A letter of recommendation, to recommend something. A letter of invitation, and so on. This task measures your ability to communicate about common practical situations. So, while the IELTS academic tests your ability to analyze and summarize information effectively, the IELTS general training focuses on how well you can communicate in writing in everyday situations. You have 20 minutes to complete task 1 for both the IELTS academic and IELTS general training. You should write a minimum of 150 words. Task 2 is the same for both tests. You have to write an essay in which you answer a question or a statement. The only difference is that the questions for general training essays are usually easier to understand and cover common topics, while academic essays are more complex and cover a wider range of topics. However, the types of essays are exactly the same. There are several types of essays. An opinion essay. It will usually ask you to agree or disagree with the statement. A discussion essay that asks you to discuss both sides and give your opinion. A two-part essay. This essay usually asks 2 questions about some topic. An advantages and disadvantages essay. This one has 2 versions that will require a different approach. A cause and solution essay, and so on. It's important to know how to organize your answer for each type of essay. Because if you use the same approach for all of them, you'll never get a high score. We cover all of these essay types in our IELTS preparation course. So if your exam is approaching and you feel you need further guidance, feel free to join by clicking the link below. As a former IELTS test taker, I know how frustrated and disoriented you may feel right now because there is so much information out there and you don't know where to start. That is why we have organized all the information in the writing module in a clear and easy to understand way. We'll practice writing the ideal introduction, learn how to brainstorm effectively, find out how to approach each essay type, and what to do to get a high score on test day. We'll also provide you with templates that will make writing an essay much easier. If you already have experience with the writing section, choose the Pro package and get your speaking and writing assessed. Now, Task 2 is longer than Task 1 and requires you to write at least 250 words. You have 40 minutes to complete it. Let's move on to Step 2. The typical mistakes students make when preparing for the IELTS writing section. The first mistake is to write less than the task requires. If you write less than 150 words for writing task 1 and less than 250 words for writing task 2, you won't be able to develop your ideas well enough and will lose points. In fact, in the past, this would automatically give you a 5 for task achievement. But this rule is no longer applicable. However, to get a high score, I'd recommend writing about 175 to 185 words for writing task 1 and 275 to 285 words for writing task 2. Another mistake is to write too much. Some students think that the more ideas they include in their essays, the higher their score will be. In fact, you won't get a high score just by writing a longer essay, although there is no upper limit on IELTS writing. What I often see is that exceeding the word limit of 300 words for writing task 2 and 200 words for writing task 1 often results in 1. Students making more mistakes because they can't proofread their essays carefully enough. 2. Adding too many relevant sentences that don't contribute to your essay. Remember that effective writing is all about getting your message across in a concise and clear way. So don't add too many sentences just to impress an examiner. Aim for 175 to 185 words for writing task 1 and 275 to 285 words for writing task 2. 3. Memorizing sample essays. You may not believe it, but there are many students who simply memorize model answers and use them on the day of the test. Well, this will most likely result in a low score. Examiners aren't stupid, no matter how many essays you memorize. If you use a memorized model answer on the day of the test, the examiner will see that it doesn't match the topic and will lower your score. Mistake number 4, not analyzing the question before you start writing. This applies to both task 1 and task 2. When you write them, make sure you spend at least 5 minutes analyzing the prompt and thinking about what to include in your answer. This will help you write faster later, address all the points in the prompt, and ensure that you don't go off topic. Mistake number 5, copying the text from the prompt. This is a very common mistake. Again, there is nothing wrong with copying a few words from the question in both tasks. In fact, I encourage my students to do this if they can't think of an appropriate synonym or paraphrase for a word, or if they can't rephrase the question so that it doesn't contain that word. Taking a few words from the question is better than paraphrasing incorrectly. However, if you copy the whole sentence or even part of the sentence without changing anything, you will lose points because the examiner won't count them in the word count. If you have trouble putting the same information in your own words, use these techniques when paraphrasing. 1. Change infinitives like to drive to gerunds, driving, or vice versa, if you can't think of an appropriate synonym. 2. Change part of speech, nouns to verbs or verbs to nouns. For example, to influence and influence, to have a negative effect, to adversely affect. This is a very helpful collocation for your writing, so feel free to write it down. You can always say that something adversely affects something else. 3. Change passive voice to active voice and active voice to passive voice. For example, some people believe, it's often believed that. There are other techniques you can use, but these are the 3 most common. Mistake number 6, making too many spelling mistakes. No matter how good your essay is, if it has too many spelling mistakes or typos, you won't score high. You can improve your spelling by reading more or practicing on the Fast Fingers website. I'll leave the link below. You can use American or British spelling during the test, but make sure you are consistent. Mistake number 7, writing sentences that are too long. Yes, we all know that in order to get a high score for grammatical range and accuracy, you should demonstrate a wide range of structures. This includes using complex, compound, and complex compound sentences. But what I often see is that many students make their sentences too long. This may be typical in their native language, but in English, writing extremely long sentences often leads to a loss of coherence and more grammatical mistakes. Of course, you should carefully review all 4 types of sentences and practice using them in your writing automatically with full flexibility and control. But on the day of the test, focus on organizing your ideas in a clear and effective way, rather than worrying about whether or not your sentences are long enough. Finally, mistake number 8 is not giving yourself enough time to proofread your answer. One of the primary goals of writing a successful essay for both Task 1 and Task 2 is to produce a lot of error-free sentences. In fact, the fewer mistakes you have in your essay, the better. Unlike the TOEFL test, IELTS examiners are very strict about all kinds of mistakes, including grammar, vocabulary, and spelling. So take at least 5 minutes at the end of your essay to carefully review what you've written. Read your essay 3 times. For content, make sure you've covered all the points and that your essay is logical and easy to follow. For grammar, looking for errors in grammar and punctuation. And for vocabulary, making sure that the vocabulary you use is appropriate and effectively conveys your message. Now that we've discussed the most common mistakes students make in IELTS writing, it's time to move on to the most important part of our lesson. 7 things to keep in mind to succeed in this section. Actually, we already covered many important tips when we went through the mistakes, but let's look at a few more things to keep in mind. 1. Make sure your writing skills are up to par, but the main advice is to read a lot. In fact, the more you expose yourself to quality English, the better your level becomes. Brush up on your grammar, expand your advanced and academic vocabulary, study synonyms, and practice, practice, practice. I can't tell you how important daily writing is. If you only study grammar or vocabulary, but don't write, it will be a challenge to improve your writing skills. Set aside at least 10 to 15 minutes a day for writing. Tip number 2 flows from tip number 1. Study the most important grammar rules. I'd recommend starting with topics such as articles, tenses, punctuation, sentence types, plural and singular forms, conditionals, and prepositions. Believe me, as someone who proofreads and grades essays on a daily basis, I see that every single student makes mistakes on most of these topics. You can use the English Page website to revise many of them. I love this website because it offers effective exercises for advanced students to practice grammar rules. Tip number 3, study synonyms and paraphrasing. As we just discussed, you'll need to efficiently paraphrase the questions for Task 1 and Task 2. To do this, you need to be good at paraphrasing. To practice, simply take a paragraph from any article and try to rewrite it in your own words. You can also use the Excelsior Online Writing Lab for fun paraphrasing exercises. Here are some important paraphrasing techniques. Start the sentence at a different point than the original. Use synonyms. Change the sentence structure. Try switching from the active voice to the passive voice and vice versa. Break up longer sentences or combine shorter ones. Speaking of synonyms, when writing an essay, you should not only know synonyms for the word you want to change, but also be able to use them well. For example, some synonyms are very important are crucial, essential, pivotal, vital, key, indispensable, integral, and so on. Does this mean that I can just use all of these words in the same context? Not really. The same goes for any new words you learn. You may know the word and its definition, but that doesn't mean you'll be able to use it successfully on test day. In fact, I often see students who misuse some new words they have learned. So tip number 4 is to learn chunks of language, not individual words. We often call these chunks collocations. A collocation is a word or phrase that is often used with another word or phrase in a way that sounds correct and natural. And you want your essays to be correct and natural. Some examples of collocations are adversely affect, tackle the issue of, dive into the topic of, and so on. To make sure you really know how to use a new word, create what I call a collocation flower. This is where you put the word in question in the center of the flower and think about what other words it collocates with. For example, let's say my new word is foster. One of its meanings is to encourage the development or growth of something. Now, what can I foster? You can foster innovation, creativity, cooperation between countries, unity, and so on. To find such collocations, use vocabulary.com or the Scale website. Tip number 5, don't overcomplicate your essays unless you're 100% sure of the vocabulary you use. I'm not saying you shouldn't use complex words and/or phrases. In fact, you're highly encouraged to do so to get a high score on the lexical resource. You should be able to demonstrate a wide range of vocabulary, but you should use it accurately and appropriately, with very natural and sophisticated control of lexical features. What I see many students do is try to stuff their answers with as many fancy and challenging words as they know. They usually think that the harder their essays are to understand, the better. In fact, using sophisticated vocabulary incorrectly will only cost you points. So make sure you only use the words you're 100% sure of and focus more on the content than the vocabulary. Tip number 6, in writing task 2, make your position as clear as possible. For example, if the question asks you to agree or disagree with the statement, either agree or disagree, and don't choose partial agreement. This will help you meet the requirements of the assignment. Tip number 7, always include an opening statement and a sign-off in your letters for Task 1 of the IELTS General Training. An opening statement usually explains the reason why you're writing this letter. For example, I'm writing with regards to. I'm writing to thank you for the wonderful party you organized for Mark's birthday. Make sure your opening statement matches the type of letter. If it's formal or informal, and matches its purpose. If it's a complaint letter, an apology letter, a request letter, and so on. Your sign-off should also be adapted. If you're writing to your friend, you're not going to end with yours sincerely. You need something less formal, like best wishes. As I mentioned earlier, there is no full practice test for writing. However, I'll provide you with 2 tasks from the latest Cambridge IELTS book, so you can try them on your own. If you'd like detailed guidance on how to approach each type of writing task, click the link below to join our IELTS course. Now, let's get to the tasks. You'll have 20 minutes for task 1 and 40 minutes for task 2. Let's begin. Great. Now let's move on to the final section, speaking. Here are some essential tips and strategies to help you perform well. The IELTS speaking section is divided into 3 parts. In part 1, you will be asked questions on 2 different topics related to your life. In part 2, you'll have 1 to 2 minutes to speak on a given topic. Part 3 lasts 4 to 5 minutes and contains more questions related to the main topic of part 2. You'll have to give longer answers, often up to 1 minute or more, with more elaboration. As you can see, the 2 speaking formats in which you need to excel are the interview and the monologue. This means that you should be good at creating effective 1 to 2 minute speeches and answering questions in a precise and natural way. If you want your speaking and writing to be assessed, you can join our IELTS preparation course, and I will tell you what you need to do to get a high score. The promo code link is in the description below. Now, sounding natural is the very first thing I want us to focus on. As you probably all know by now, in order to get a high score on the IELTS speaking test, you should sound natural. But what does that mean? Well, you obviously don't want to be too formal. For example, you don't want to use formal linking words like furthermore, to exemplify, hence, and so on. You also don't want to sound too mechanical, like a robot, especially like a very scared robot that is afraid of making the slightest mistake, and when it does, it's so scared that it cannot say a word or starts stuttering uncontrollably. However, I have noticed that when I tell this to my students, I often get super informal responses, full of slang and filler words. So while you need to sound natural and not too formal, using slang and too many filler words will hurt your score. What about filler words, you may ask? Should I use them in my responses or not? Well, if you just sprinkle a few relevant filler words into your answers to fill in the gaps while you think, that's totally fine. For example, adding words like, well, like, actually, seriously, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, clearly is possible, but in very small doses. If you feel like you're overusing them, which a lot of students do, you should try to avoid them. Saying like 20 times in an answer will only lower your score. However, you can definitely use filler words, or even better, time-consuming phrases that give you some time to think about the question. This will ensure that you don't pause or hesitate too much. Even if the question is challenging and you don't know what to say, keep talking rather than panicking or staying silent for too long. For example, you can say, "That's a difficult question. Let me think about it." "That's an interesting question. I haven't thought about it before. It's been so long since I thought about it, but my guess would be that." You can also correct yourself when you make a mistake. You can say, "What I mean is that. What I actually meant was, what I'm trying to say is that." So, tip number 1, control your language. Avoid being too formal or too informal. Don't use slang or formal cohesive devices. Also, don't use too many filler words. Record yourself answering questions and giving monologues and then listen to them. If you hear too many filler words, cut them out. Then answer the same question again and try to control your speech. Also, try to avoid saying and ah. If you do it once, there is nothing wrong with it. But if you have too many of these sounds, your fluency score will be lowered. This is why our tip number 2 is to generate ideas for IELTS speaking topics. Most of the time, we need filler words and ums when we have nothing to say. For example, you're asked to give a monologue about your favorite perfume. Let's say you've never used perfume in your life. Would it be easy for you to start talking fluently about this topic on the spot? Will you be able to minimize pauses and hesitations? I don't think so. But if you prepare in advance and brainstorm ideas, you'll feel much more confident and you'll certainly score higher. To practice, take 2 to 3 recent IELTS speaking topics every day and try to answer them. If the question is easy, just skim it and move on to the next one. However, if the question is challenging, take your time to think about what you can say. This will make you much better prepared for test day. You might think that native speakers use filler words and ums and ums all the time. If I have to sound like a native speaker, why can't I do the same? Thing is, the IELTS speaking test is not about being as fluent as a native speaker. Many native speakers can ace the test on their first try and don't score higher than a 7. If you want to reach the top, like a band 9, you should speak like a person who has been educated to graduate level at a university where English is the language of study. You can watch university students and graduates answer questions on random topics. There are many such interviews on YouTube. For example, let's look at one of them.
Degrees from universities like Oxford do is give you sort of that rubber stamp approval on your CV to tell corporations that you are like one of them.
We actually need more people with vocational skills. People who are doing medicine here, they're going to make like £12 an hour. Plumbers, they make so much money because we don't have enough plumbers.
Given my degree, even if I went into a job, I don't think I would be able to pay it off quickly enough.
As you can see, they had some fillers in their answers, but not too many. So again, using fillers now and then is perfectly normal and won't hurt your score. But if you overdo it and disturb the flow of your ideas, it will lower your score, especially in the fluency and coherence part. Which brings us to tip number 3. If you want to score 8, 8.5 or 9 on the IELTS speaking section, you need to take your speaking skills to another level. So make sure you expose yourself to as much correct and fine English as possible. The best way to do this is to watch videos and podcasts. Podcasts will help you prepare for answering parts 1 and 3 because they show how people answer questions naturally. Watching videos gives you a better idea of ideal fluency and speaking speed. So be sure to watch some to prepare for part 2. Some good podcasts and videos I would suggest are 1. Ali Abdal's YouTube channel and his Deep Dive podcast. Ali is a Cambridge graduate and he covers a lot of interesting topics on his channels. He has an amazing vocabulary and varied grammar, so it's a great pleasure to listen to him. What I love about the vocabulary he uses is that it's exactly what you need for the IELTS speaking test. Not too formal, but not too informal either. As you watch a video or podcast, write down 5 to 10 new words and then try to summarize what you've learned using those words. For example, while watching this video, I wrote down something like this: genuinely, life-changing skills, in our side hustle, to be fully present, we are bombarded by distractions, endless options, incredibly important to cultivate the ability to focus over the years, is directly proportional to, I was burning the midnight oil, I was feeling really overwhelmed, doing an extra degree, and that's just from watching the first minute and a half of the video. You can also check out the podcast Rise Life Stories of Accomplished Individuals, hosted by Gary Lipovetsky, who is an entrepreneur and business owner. In the podcast, Gary digs deep into the lives of interesting people, uncovering the challenges they faced along the way and extracting their knowledge and expertise. Again, I love the language used by both the host and the guests. I think you can learn a lot of vocabulary that will help you to improve your IELTS score for any section. I especially like the topic-specific vocabulary you can get from each podcast. 2 other channels I'd recommend are Unjaded Jade and Ruby Granger. The girls are also amazing. Their speaking skills are very good, and if you listen to them long enough, you'll soon find yourself using many of the expressions and phrases they use in their videos. Working on expanding your vocabulary in this way will ensure you can use it with full flexibility and precision in all areas. Tip number 5, don't learn lists of words for each speaking topic. You probably think this is something you should do as you go through the IELTS speaking questions. Instead, what I often see from my students in our one-on-one sessions is that when they try to forcefully add certain words to their answers, they end up losing their fluency and make mistakes. So one thing you should do is expand your vocabulary in general by watching videos and podcasts and exposing yourself to as much quality English as possible. Another thing is to go through the typical and latest IELTS speaking question types. When you do this, just think about the answer you'd give in your native language and look up the words you might be missing. That's it. Tip number 6. Don't force too many idioms and phrasal verbs into your answers. Let's listen carefully to a small clip from Ruby's video to get an idea of what I'm talking about.
And the streets were looking beautiful. Honestly, I've missed Oxford so much. I can't tell you how much I've missed the city. And that's also coming as somebody who really does not like cities. I never imagined myself being excited to go back to a city.
Hello, it's Ruby and good morning. I'm back in Oxford now for Hilary term, which is the second term. And I went to the library this morning just to do some personal reading and journaling. Grabbed a coffee. Yes, I am mad because it's an iced Americano, but I really just prefer iced coffee.
This was a perfect example of using idiomatic vocabulary. As you can see, she didn't bombard us with idioms or phrasal verbs in every sentence. In fact, idiomatic language is natural in expression and correct without being too formal. So one more reason to commit to quality English is to sound idiomatic without too many idioms. Actually, idiomatic vocabulary really helps in the speaking section because it allows you to get the same message across in a faster and more natural way. For example, what's the word we use to describe something that really annoys us? We use the word pet peeve. Smoking is one of my pet peeves. I hate it when people smoke around me. Another example is a soft-spoken person. That's the person who has a quiet or gentle voice. Some people have a loud voice, some people have a soft voice, and these people are soft-spoken. Tip number 7. Avoid saying a lot in part 1, but elaborate more on your ideas in part 3. While in part 1, you should only give a few sentences in response. In part 3, you should include many examples and explanations. Part 3 of the IELTS speaking is specifically designed to provide you with the opportunity to discuss topics related to part 2 in much greater depth. This part of the test focuses on your ability to express and justify opinions, and to analyze, discuss, and speculate about issues. The examiner will help you do this by asking you questions that explore the topic area in more depth. If you do not expand on the questions in part 3, the examiner may think that your vocabulary is limited. So, be prepared for the examiner to encourage you to keep talking and see how much you can explore the topic. Let's review briefly before moving on to the next few tips. To get a high score for fluency and coherence, you should speak fluently with only rare repetition or self-correction. Make only content-related hesitations rather than to find words or grammar. Speak coherently with fully appropriate cohesive features. Develop topics fully and appropriately. For lexical resource, make sure you use vocabulary with full flexibility and precision in all topics. Use idiomatic language naturally and accurately. As you may have guessed, these are the criteria that IELTS examiners use to assess your performance. There are actually 4 such criteria: fluency and coherence, lexical resource, grammatical range and accuracy, and pronunciation. For grammatical range and accuracy, you should use a full range of structures naturally and appropriately, and produce consistently accurate structures apart from slips. So tip 8 is to use different grammar structures in your answers. Now, the important thing is not only to use a variety of grammar structures, but also to use them naturally and appropriately. According to IDP IELTS, it's important that you can match the grammar structure with the appropriate function. For example, if you're describing the situation in your country, you can use present, perfect, and past tenses. When thinking about the future, you should consider introducing conditionals, future tenses, and modal verbs, such as may, might, should, could, and so on. This brings us to tip number 9. Drill grammar. To make any grammatical construction sound natural, you should make it an integral part of your speech. This means that you should first drill the forms, and then learn and practice ways to use that construction successfully. What I do with my IELTS students is that I carefully observe their speech, note their weaknesses and the constructions they should adopt, and then we repeat each construction over and over again until it becomes so ingrained in their minds that they start using it without thinking, just like they do in their native language. Listening to podcasts and audiobooks in English also helps a lot, because you can start using some correct grammar structures automatically, because you've heard them a lot. Finally, the last criterion is pronunciation. You should be able to use a full range of pronunciation features with precision and subtlety, sustain flexible use of features throughout, and be effortless to understand. The best way to achieve all this is to use the shadowing technique. You can use the Deep English website, where you can listen and repeat, imitating the speaker's intonation, pronunciation, and pitch. Now, let's practice. We're going to tackle the IELTS speaking questions together. We'll walk through a simulation of the IELTS speaking section, step by step, so you can see exactly what's expected and how to deliver your answers effectively. Let's get started. Part 1. In this part, the examiner introduces themselves and asks you to introduce yourself. You'll be asked general questions about familiar topics, such as your home, family, work, studies, and interests. This section assesses your ability to communicate basic information and engage in casual conversation. I've tried to make the sample answers as universal as possible, so that many of you can relate to them and use them as a study guide. What do you usually do when you finish work, school each day? After work, I usually like to unwind by engaging in a few different activities. Typically, I'll start with some light exercise, such as a jog or a yoga session, which helps me clear my mind and release any built-up stress. After that, I enjoy cooking dinner, experimenting with new recipes, or sticking to my favorites. Evenings are usually reserved for spending quality time with my family or catching up on a good book. Do you ever cycle to work or college? Yes, I do cycle to work occasionally. I think it's a great way to get some exercise into my daily routine. Riding my bike in the morning is refreshing and gives me a nice energy boost for the day. Do you prefer to travel to work in your own car or by public transport, and why? I usually prefer taking public transport to work. For one, it's better for the environment because it cuts down on the number of cars on the road and lowers emissions. Plus, I can use the travel time to catch up on reading, listen to podcasts, or just relax before starting a busy day. It also saves me the hassle of dealing with traffic jams and finding parking. However, on days when I have early meetings or need to carry a lot of materials, driving my own car can be more convenient. How much sleep do you need every night? Ideally, I need about 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night to feel fully rested and functional the next day. If I get fewer than 7 hours, I often feel sluggish and less focused, which can affect my performance at work and my overall well-being. Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night? Why? Quite often, I'd say. Sometimes it may be because of external factors, such as noise or a sudden change in temperature. Other times it could be stress or anxiety about something happening in my life that doesn't let me sleep. What do you do to help you fall asleep at night? Why? I have a consistent bedtime routine. I dim the lights and turn off electronics about an hour before bed to signal my body that it's time to rest. I like to read a book or listen to calming music to relax. Sometimes I do meditation or deep breathing exercises to reduce stress. Keeping my room cool and sticking to a regular sleep schedule also helps me sleep better. That's the end of part 1. Part 2. In this part, you'll be given a task card with a topic and points to cover in your talk. You'll have 1 minute to prepare and make notes if you wish. Then you'll speak for 1 or 2 minutes on the topic without interruption. After you talk, the examiner may ask 1 or 2 follow-up questions related to the topic. This part tests your ability to speak at length on a given topic coherently and fluently. Describe a film or movie that you enjoyed. You should say when and where you saw it, what kind of film or movie it was, what happened, and explain why you liked the film or movie. One film that I thoroughly enjoyed was Inception. It's a thought-provoking sci-fi thriller directed by Christopher Nolan. I watched it at home with my friends last year during a movie night. Inception is a complex and intriguing movie that explores the concept of dream manipulation. It follows Dom Cobb, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, who is a skilled thief that extracts valuable secrets from people's subconscious while they're dreaming. The main plot revolves around Cobb being offered a chance to clear his criminal record if he can successfully perform inception, which means planting an idea in someone's mind without them knowing. As the story unfolds, Cobb and his team navigate multiple layers of dreams, each more intricate than the last. The movie is packed with stunning visual effects, especially in scenes where the characters manipulate their dream environments, such as bending buildings and defying gravity. The tension builds as they face numerous obstacles and threats within the dream world, while trying to keep a grip on reality. The reason I enjoyed Inception so much was because of its incredibly original and intellectually stimulating storyline. It kept me engaged and sparked discussions with my friends long after the movie was over. The film's exploration of dreams and reality, along with its philosophical themes about the power of ideas, made it a profound and memorable experience. Also, the performances by the cast, especially DiCaprio, were outstanding, and Nolan's direction added depth and intensity to the story. So all that made it an unforgettable film that I really enjoyed. Finally, Part 3. Part 3 involves a discussion with the examiner about more abstract and complex ideas related to the topic you spoke about in Part 2. The examiner will ask questions that encourage you to analyze, discuss, and express your opinions on broader issues. This section evaluates your ability to discuss ideas in depth and justify your opinions. What kinds of films are popular with younger people in your country? How about older people? In my country, younger people tend to gravitate toward action movies and superhero franchises. For example, Marvel movies like Avengers and Spider-Man are big hits among teens and young adults. They love the thrilling special effects, epic battles, and relatable characters. They also love animated movies from studios like Pixar and Disney for their engaging stories and stunning animation. Older people often prefer dramas, historical films, and classic movies. They appreciate movies that offer deep storytelling and strong character development. For example, movies like The King's Speech and Beautiful Mind are better received by older audiences for their historical context and emotional depth. Documentaries and biopics are also favorites because they offer insightful perspectives on real-life events and figures. Is the acting in a film more important than the story? Why? Why not? I think both the acting and the story are crucial to the success of a movie, but if I had to choose, I'd say the story is more important. A compelling story is the backbone of a good movie. It's what keeps the audience engaged and invested in the characters' journeys. Even with stellar acting, a weak or poorly structured story can leave viewers unsatisfied. However, that shouldn't undermine the importance of good acting. Skilled actors bring characters to life, making the audience believe in their struggles, joys, and transformations. For example, I recently saw The Revenant with Leonardo DiCaprio, and I have to say that his intense and immersive performance was key to conveying the raw and visceral nature of the story. I was quite impressed. Yet, without a compelling story to support it, even the best acting can fall flat. do you think the cinema has increased or decreased in popularity in recent years? In recent years, the popularity of traditional movie theaters has declined somewhat, largely due to the rise of streaming services. Platforms such as Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus offer a wide variety of movies and shows that people can watch from the comfort of their own homes. The convenience and affordability of these services have made them a popular choice, especially among younger audiences. But that doesn't mean that movie theaters are becoming obsolete. Blockbuster releases and films with spectacular visual effects, such as Avatar, still draw large crowds to theaters. The experience of watching a movie on the big screen with high-quality sound and picture is something that streaming at home can't quite replicate. Besides, special events and film festivals continue to attract cinephiles who appreciate the communal aspect of watching movies in theater. So while there has been a shift toward home viewing, movie theaters still hold a special place for many people, especially for big releases and social outings. That's the end of this video. Thanks for watching. At this point, the best thing you can do is relax. Watch a movie in English, do something you enjoy, and most importantly, get a good night's sleep. Your brain needs time to process everything you've learned. I wish you the best of luck on your test, and remember, scoring high on the IELTS test is not an impossible feat. You can do it. See you all soon. Bye-bye.